Bam. There it is. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Technical difficulties abound. I am Bogus Meat Factory. Hi, everybody. It's been so long. How are you? Thank you, Sakura, for letting me know about no audio. It really means the world to me. Yeah, today we're going to be looking back at the Xbox Game Showcase as well as the PC Gaming Show. I missed those today. I was super busy doing stuff with the family, and I didn't have any time to take a look at it, but I wanted to watch it so bad, and I hear there's some good stuff. So I have, of course, I know nothing. I know that there's going to be Starfield because, of course, there's going to be Starfield. They mentioned it earlier that there was going to be Starfield. I know nothing. And so these are the sorts of things like where we got to preface kind of what we're going to expect from these things. And my major expectations are, let's see. Yeah, so I was like, yeah, there's a Starfield show. Exactly. It says Xbox Game Showcase plus Starfield Direct. I mean, they said it but way back in the day that the Starfield was going to be today. So like my expectations, I genuinely have no idea. Xbox is such a weird blank slate of things, right? They have things like Perfect Dark, which I don't think we're going to see. And again, no spoilers. I don't know what to expect. I don't think we're going to see Perfect Dark, because they had to kind of blow things up and start over again. I think we're going to get a CG trailer for Fable. Another CG trailer. We're not going to see gameplay because, again, that is like vaporware at this point. Will we see the is it the Obsidian game? It's an Obsidian game, I think is the one, right? There's an Obsidian fantasy game that's super big and ambitious that's supposedly also happening. I don't think we're going to see that. We're seeing Starfield, of course. I don't know what's going to come out of all of this. Will we see, my other guess is we'll see a teaser first person game in the Pillars of Eternity world. Thank you, Sakura. Yeah, Avowed. Yeah, thank you. We're going to get a teaser of what Double Fine's doing next is my guess. And I really no clue whatsoever. And so I'm very curious. This is one that's exciting. In those moments when you don't know what to expect are usually the times when these showcases and things like this are the most exciting or most interesting. You know, when you come into a lot of them and you're like, okay, I'm expecting to see God of War and I'm expecting to see Spider-Man 2. Okay, there they are. Hooray. We got all the things we were looking for. Microsoft is one of the most exciting because you don't know what it's going to be. You don't know what they're going to bring to the table. And you don't know if what they're bringing to the table is going to be interesting or not. And so you always wait with bated breath to be like, is this going to be good? Is this going to be bad? Is this going to be a non-existent thing? An ephemeral, we're doing something? You don't know, right? And so that's part of the fun. Sakura says, I'm not spoiling anything unless I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm not going to ask for spoilers. And the other thing is that with something like Nintendo, right? Nintendo comes along and it's you don't know what to expect with Nintendo either. That's why they're so interesting and exciting because they always come up with weird gimmicks or there's always something with Nintendo games that is always different. They don't like to kind of do the same thing over and over again. And so you're always wondering, what's this gimmick going to be? What's the new novelty for Nintendo? And that's fun. And then with Sony, it's I don't know how to explain this, but they're crowd pleasers and they're really great at setting, they play a lot of and Microsoft is victim to this too now. I think they've kind of learned from this, but Sony has always been masterful at this. And that is psychological manipulation. That makes it sound very insidious, but in reality it's not. But they do an amazing job of making people believe that what they're showing you is exclusive to them and is very big and very exciting all of the time. And then they're super fantastic at doing that. Even in games that are not exclusive to them, they always want to make that light shine on them. And Xbox is starting to pick up on this strategy and this method and this behavior and doing that themselves in a way that I don't think is necessarily as effective because of the mentality of the console wars and these people who are so brand loyal that they don't care. Sony people care, and Xbox people are just trying their hardest to have something to clamp onto. I'll say one thing to Sakura. The majority of the games shown on the Xbox show have demos on Steam right now. I've been playing a few. Interesting. So we're going to watch this, and we're going to talk about it and discuss it as it kind of goes along. Let me know, of course, how like the volume is for everything, and we'll see how everything goes. Because I haven't had a chance to see it. I want to talk about it. I want to have a lot more diversity on the stream. You know, I don't want to just play games. I want to talk about stuff. And I don't like the weird fake hype reaction videos and stuff like this. I do like looking at this stuff and talking about it. I want to talk more about game news and like what's happening in games right now, because I want to engage people in that sort of stuff too. Like I think that's really important because I love games, new and old, right? But I also want to do like, man, there's so many things. I'm really hoping to get some game magazine reading, like old school game magazine reading. I think that's so stupid, but I love it so much. Like that's a thing I enjoy doing. So I want to do that stuff too, and get some Discord stuff going on too, where we can watch some old TV shows on Discord. Sakura says, I like the real hype. Exactly. And I'll be honest with people, like that to me is exciting or not, but I'm also very much, Sakura says, they know a few who do the mag thing. Oh man, Sakura, you got to show me some folks. I need to just kind of see how they do their format. I'm very curious to know how they approach it and how they do it. Cause it's so hard for me to not be like meticulous. Like, let's just read the entire magazine. And for some people, like, that's insane. And I'm like, yeah, but like even the ads, let's like look at it all, everything, like everything. Because for me, all of it is interesting. Every little thing, the editorial letter to the editor kind of thing, all that stuff is so great and so interesting. It's so much fun. So expect some stuff happening on the stream at some point, and I'm going to be working super hard. Summer's coming. I really want to spend some time working on upping the production value, getting some intro titles and getting some outro stuff, and try my hardest to understand like Sony Vegas and how to get some video editing and stuff into this, make it fun and interesting. We'll see how it goes. Fingers crossed. So let's get into this, shall we? All right, let's go. Bam. I have it at 1080p, starting off directly US Canada. Okay, yeah. Peggy 18. Let me know about the volume. If it's too loud, yeah, sounds like it's a little too loud. I'm gonna just turn it down just a notch. Jeez, how's it going, dude?
Why are you doing this? Are we? Because I was gonna make a sandwich.
Richard Ayoade. Let's turn off closed captions.
Okay.
Richard Ayoade.
Let's do it.
That's a win. I love Richard Ayoade.
What do I think about heroes? Well,
in-game footage?
Swanning about the place with their disproportionately high cheekbones and comically massive weapons.
This is Fable. This is Fable.
Bandits, because they like to rough up bandits, don't they? Living it up with the common folk.
This is Fable for sure.
Single night. On a day-to-day basis, I'd say the two heroes meet.
This is in-game footage?
Veg on the agricultural side of things. Just look at them. Not wafting around mythical creatures.
Love me some Richard Ayoade.
That's what they are. Wafters. Yeah, well done. You see, I'm not here.
Yeah, kicking chickens.
Slay legendary beasts.
Wolverines.
Sneaky.
South of Midnight. Good teaser. It's a good teaser. Great music. You did a great job on the music. That's the music that's gonna get me excited. Just you're pulling the strings, and I'm okay with the strings being pulled. On Game Pass.
World premiere.
God, it's somewhere west of Loathing. Exactly.
These are dangerous times. At least that's what I hear.
Oh, Star Wars. Okay. Oh, this is the
They're everywhere.
Ubisoft Star Wars game. Okay.
But the world here belongs to the syndicates.
Okay. How many lightsabers are we gonna see? How many Jedi?
If I want to
Please say 0. Please say 0.
I have to play their game.
Please, no Jedi. Please. I've asked this a million times.
Looks like I'm all in.
Alien Axolotl.
She's in here somewhere.
Giant chip count? Exactly, yeah.
I'm out.
Oh, why you shooting a Gamorrean, man? Poor Gamorrean, he's never done nothing to no one. I dig the axolotl creature.
I've been held back.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because the Ubisoft Showcase. Yeah, we're going to get a gameplay reveal tomorrow. That'll be fun.
And now, I just need a chance to finally be free. Wherever that takes me.
I'm here to offer you a way out, okay?
Get off my ship, Jalen.
Give me a chance. You're gonna have to trust me. It'll be dangerous, risky. But if you pull this off, you'll never look over your shoulder again.
Giant Rancor. Giant.
The underworld shows no mercy,
Put it on the board.
but it's a big galaxy out there, and I'm gonna risk it all.
Outlaws. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let's pause this. 1 second. Sakura says, sadly, that is not Kyle Katarn. That's what made me laugh. Where's Kyle Katarn? Bring him back, please. I will say this, though. No lightsabers. I'm happy about this. I cannot tell you how much I don't care about Jedi in Star Wars. I don't. And, like, the best kind of Jedi is the Obi-Wan Kenobi Jedi. How many times was a lightsaber seen in A New Hope? Like, let's break that down. How many lightsabers are in A New Hope? How many lightsabers are in Empire Strikes Back? How many lightsabers are in Return of the Jedi? So few. And when they're there, they're minimal. Minimal to a very singular moment, utilitarian, like only, or in a big finale scene. That's it. And that is so vital to that universe that you downplay the Jedi, and they never do it. They never do it. It's always the focus. You want to be the cool Jedi. You want to flip and dip and spin. And like here, it's like, no. And I've always found this to be the case. Whenever you have a universe and a franchise that is so iconic for very particular things, or a big focus and facet of a particular thing, dial it back for something. Just dial it back one day. Remove that and let that world shine, because that world's there. It's there. Cheese Viking says Andor is so freaking good. Sakura says, I like the everyman I can relate to, or the pink lizard person who shoots a big gun. I'm not biased. Yeah, exactly, Sakura. Exactly. But that's the thing. and why we enjoyed like a show like Mandalorian so much originally, and why it's starting to fall to the wayside now and not be as popular, is because it was very everyman. It wasn't about the Jedi, and it was about a particular bounty hunter and this situation they're thrust into, and then all of a sudden they are now the chosen one, and they have a cool lightsaber, and like, and it's just like, oh my god, like, how could you have gone so wrong? Who out there is just like, you know what this needs? More lightsabers. Sakura says it's why Dark Forces is better than Jedi Knight. Sakura, you and I, kindred spirits in this regard. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why, and also why Republic Commando is when viewed, when people talk about Republic Commando, it is, holy crap, man. Why does no one talk about Republic Commandos? That game is fucking awesome. Guess what it doesn't have? Jedi. I mean, but you don't play as any Jedi. You're not getting any lightsaber at any point. And like, we need less Jedi in Star Wars at this point. You look at the oh my god, Nintendo 64 Empire game, Shadows of the Empire. You're not a Jedi. You will be, but probably the last best Star Wars game of the LucasArts era. Oh my gosh, yeah, Sakura, tell me about it. But then there's also a lot of like the spaceflight games, right, Sakura? Like even Star Wars Alliance, X-Wing Alliance, fantastic. I really enjoy X-Wing Alliance. Some people don't, but I enjoyed it a bunch. And those moments when you aren't the focus of being some like grand hero, this grand chosen one, right? They keep doing this. They keep taking these characters that they've established and become beloved and popular, like Kyle Katarn. Then they turn them into some chosen one epic hero. We liked Kyle Katarn when he was just a mercenary for hire, thrust into a situation and having to get through it. We love the Mandalorian when he is just a bounty hunter thrust into a situation that is a very morally ambiguous thing, and having to really have to go against their own judgment to do what's right. And like you attach yourselves to these characters, and then all of a sudden like, oh, we have to ramp it up now. And how are we going to ramp that up? Well, let's make them a chosen one. Let's give them a lightsaber. And it's like, no, that's not what made people like them, though. They actually like them for the exact opposite of that reason. And so Star Wars Outlaws, I also like this idea too, and you can call me crazy, but like what I love is, Sakura, you mentioned this, is that like tomorrow at the Ubisoft show, they're going to show you gameplay. Why are they doing this regularly? This is the thing that they need to do more often, is if you're one of the big companies that's not Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo, right? You do the big announcement trailer, the big CG trailer on the other shows, right? The platform shows. And then be like, here's the gameplay on ours. And so you're like, here's the teaser tomorrow or in 2 days. Now we'll give you the goods. You like this? You want to see more about it? Here's more about it. And that's how it should be done. And we don't see that very often. Sorry, let's continue. Sorry. Oh, rant averted. This is just going to be ranting. Gameplay walkthrough reveal at Ubisoft Forward. Yep, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific. Man, oh.
Wow. Fable, South of Midnight, Star Wars Outlaws.
Okay, no.
Welcome to our first ever double feature.
No.
The Xbox Game Showcase, followed by a deep dive into one of the most important RPGs ever
I'm trapped
made,
inside an
Starfield.
Xbox. I'm in a Tron
Gaming
Xbox right now.
is the most
I can't get
powerful
out.
Entertainment. It transports, it
I
challenges,
can't get out.
it connects us, and it's just incredibly and awesomely fun. That is why Team Xbox is committed to building the greatest place to play. By partnering with the most ambitious of game creators.
I'm not
by
reading a teleprompter
unleashing
right
the
now.
power of the gaming community, enabling all of us to play the games we want with our friends anywhere, from mobile devices to PCs to consoles.
Marketing jargon.
The lineup we have for you today is just incredible. These
Talking
are the
with our
works
hands.
of the very greatest creative teams from around the world. We made this show for you, the largest, most engaged, and
For
globally
you.
diverse fan base in Xbox history.
History.
You are the heart and soul of Xbox.
You.
Your passion
It's that
drives
music.
us, and you are the inspiration for the visionaries whose games we showcase today. From me and all of the team at Xbox,
The music
thank you.
swells.
This next game is from Thunder Lotus, the award-winning
Trapped
studio
in a
behind
Tron
Spiritfarer, who've gone back to their
Xbox.
combat roots with an amazing co-op raid-focused action game that is uniquely theirs.
Raid-focused action game.
All
I'm
right,
like, nope.
everybody,
I'm out.
it's time.
I'm out. Raid-focused action game.
World premiere.
Let's see. Let's see. Change my mind. I'm like, already, nope. Get notes. Hiccup and Raid. Yeah. 33-player co-op. Ahoy, HC Willard, how are you today, my friend? Face the Wrath of God, okay. No. There's no sense of impact in this. This isn't my jam. This isn't my jam. There's no impact. 33 Immortals. Not doing it for me. Not doing it for me. How's it going, AC Willard? It's good to see you, my friend. We're watching the Xbox Showcase and talking about it, because I didn't see it today. Pork shoulder, dude.
All right, guys.
Payday.
Simple job.
Yeah.
Just in and out. Nothing to it.
Dude, I could smell. AC Willard smoked a pork shoulder, and I could smell it, dude. It was so good. Clown masks.
Everybody hit the floor.
This is a Simon game. Get Simon. Where's Simon? Simon, this is for you, my friends. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about the Payday games. Mascot, how's it going? I don't know anything, Mascot. I haven't seen any of it yet. So I don't even know what that means, so that's good. Yeah. See, and like, I'm not against shooters. I love shooters. Shooters with mobility, co-op shooters. I don't know what it is, and I feel bad for Simon. Because, like, I don't know what it is about Payday. Where I'm just like, no. No. It's just not for me. Is it the masks? Is it just the tone? I don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know what it is. Payday 3 equals nope. It just never... I look at it and it's like, no. Heroin shooters. Ooh, where you're shooting heroin. Is that what that is? World premiere. Yeah, this is one thing I hate about Xbox is this world premiere nonsense. Like, the same words over and over again. Atlas, okay. Oh, so Persona? Right, aren't they doing a Persona remake? Persona 3 remake? Yeah, I figured it's Persona 3. Yeah. No, the date and time management is so hard for me. It's so hard for me. It causes anxiety. It's like real-time strategy games. But also, like, I just don't have the time. Yeah, this is Persona 3 for sure. Right? Am I crazy? I know it's Persona, obviously, but, like, I think it's Persona 3. mean, it looks fantastic. Persona folks, probably super stoked. The thing is that Persona 5 brought in so many people, right? And so many new people to the game and to the genre, into the series, that going back into these ones, Persona 3 and Persona 4 are just huge, huge games that nobody really played much in the US at least. And this is a great opportunity for them to have it. Let's see, what's this? Oh, Assassin's Creed? It's very Assassin's Creedy. Or is it... Oh, is it Elder Scrolls? What is this? No. Oh, this is the one.
People don't like you very much.
That is, didn't think was gonna be here. So, yeah, that one.
Sent here to the living lands.
Color. I like color.
Emperor who couldn't bother to come himself.
It's like I couldn't do Pillars of Eternity,
To
like,
investigate some plague.
and so first-person Elder Scrolls style of Pillars of Eternity is more my speed.
You want us to
Kicks.
trust you. But the truth is, you scare us. The way you fight. The power you wield.
Okay.
The secrets you keep. You're either here to save us or destroy us.
Destiny. Yeah, of course. Forge your destiny, yeah. Big spiders, no, no, no.
What are you gonna do with it?
Okay. You can either save us or destroy us. What will you do? No giants yet, though. About, yeah. I like it, but I don't like the, what will you do? It is a trope I do not enjoy. Just let me be who I want to be, not like be the worst or be the best. Which one are you going to choose? You're a giant among men. There you go. Like, I hate the, it's either black or white. Which one are you going to be? I was like, I don't want to be any of those, man. Ooh. Rare and Lucasfilm. Is this Monkey Island? Is this Monkey Island Sea of Thieves? Lip, where are you? Lip, where are you? Monkey Island Sea of Thieves. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've said, oh.
Wall-to-wall rogues and scoundrels.
Murray. Oh my god.
Which ship
Stands?
for you? A big ship, a luxury
It's so
ship, a ship with
perfect.
just a splash of je ne sais quoi.
Oh.
The legend of Monkey Island. You
Lip,
mean
when
Governor
we set in
Guybrush.
sail.
But Threepwood's not set foot out of that mansion for almost a year.
I'm with you, Itzy Willard.
What do you think you're doing?
You guys gonna get
I
us?
told you no autographs. Oh, I see you have a meet and greet ticket. And I guess it's not every day that you get to meet the mighty pirate Guybrush
It works so well with the visual
legend
aesthetic.
of Monkey Island.
Oh, goosebumps, picture. I'm right with you, Itzy Willard. Oh, taking the pants, yes. Oh, come on.
Memories of this island into a prison for
No
pirates.
way. When we sailin'.
What do we have here?
Yes.
You need these.
Oh my god, yes. Please. It's so perfect for Sea of Thieves.
From the Sea of Thieves, you know.
I have so much to say. Oh my god. I don't normally think like the Sea of Thieves crossovers. Like I don't like when Sea of Thieves and Pirates of the Caribbean and stuff like that. It's like, I know it's not Sea of Thieves, man. It's not Sea of Thieves. It doesn't fit Sea of Thieves. It doesn't do that thing. And I didn't even think for the second that like Monkey Island as an opportunity or as a thing that they would do, because I was just like, I want Sea of Thieves to be its own thing. I don't want to do the Fortnite crossover thing with Sea of Thieves. And then you see like Monkey Island, and I'm like, no, that makes sense. That checks out. Oh, that checks out. That's right. That's right. I want that. I want that. That I want. I don't want Pirates of the Caribbean. So we'll be setting sail. I own it. I've got, dude, I haven't played in a long time. For free. We're doing it. I see what you did there. July 20th, we'll be there. We'll be there. I already own the game. That's easy. That's a no-brainer. Who's sailing with me? Oh man, Sakura, I love Sea of Thieves. I made a Pirate Legend on stream. We grinded that bad boy out. It was so much fun. Okay, Sobo Studios. Oh, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay. Yeah. Oh, HE Blood. I love playing it by myself. Flight Simulator, End of the World. Apocalyptic Flight Simulator. What in the world? Fight fires. Save people dying. Clean up the ocean. Flight Simulator Climate Change. Yeah. Fly during a tornado. Yeah, yeah. It's even more gorgeous with now with stuff to do. Yes. Farming Simulator, X Flight Simulator. It all makes sense. Mountain Rescue, skydiving, like skydiving aviation. Oh, we just ran into the skydivers. Whoops. Dwarven Dad, Monkey Island Sea of Thieves. Are you sailing? July 20th. Are we setting sail? Getting the band back together. Sure. Just not your son. No. I'm kidding. He's always welcome. Look at the Red Bull stuff air racing. That's cool. That's cool. Glider pilot. Yeah, tornado. There you go. Flying through the tornado. I told you. Scientific research. Experimental flight. That's bananas. Airship tours, hot air balloon trips. Yeah, let's take a hot air balloon trip. My computer can't handle this. I dig it, dude. I'm glad. Also, it's absolute brand spanking new. Flight Simulator 2024. Wow. I'm down with it, man. I'm glad Flight Simulator's back. I'm happy about it, man. That's so cool. They have so many cool more stuff to do. What is this? Oh, this is the Dune game, isn't it? What coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator is the orthocopter or whatever it is from Dune? What? What? The ornithopter is in Flight Simulator? What? I mean, sure. That's cool. It's hanging out in Arizona. It's cool and dumb at the same time. That's the thing though, right, DD? Like, I'll take cool and dumb. I'll take cool and dumb. Like, why not? November 3rd. That's so wild. That's so wild. Did we get dates on Avowed and stuff? I don't think we did. We just saw them.
Hi, Melina here, speaking to you from our performance capture stage at Ninja Theory, where we have just wrapped our shoots for Senua's Saga Hellblade 2.
Oh man.
When we first showed gameplay for Hellblade 2, it was a look at some of the game's cinematic and immersive action, where Senua faced off against a gigantic troll on the Icelandic coastline.
I'm so ready. Yeah, I remember this. Oh, so good. Giants! Giants!
Today, we're taking you deeper into Senua's story, her personal quest,
next
her
year
unique
sometime for
perspective
Avowed,
on the world, and the intimate journey that awaits you in Senua's Saga. What you'll see today is all captured by the team on Xbox Series X.
Dude, I'm so ready. I'm so ready for it. Please. Oh, getting choppy. Don't mind me.
Feel them slipping through her soul, following the threads of her mind. She's here to find them, the ones who hide. She needs their help with a promise. A question.
Dude, oh, my ears. Oh. Audio Eric, how's it going, my friend? It's so good to see you.
But it's never so simple, is it?
Dude. Speaking of audio Eric.
Wisdom has a price.
This stuff drives me wild.
There's always a part of you that changes.
Headphones on for this. Man, it's a necessity. It's so good.
And a part of you that dies.
Over there.
It like makes my whole body like erupt into tingles.
I can feel them. Feel them everywhere. The lost ones. They are watching.
I like it. Whoa.
Come here. They can see us.
What is going to happen? It's time to find out. How can we make it happen?
It's time to find out. Why are they watching?
It's time to find out.
What are they waiting for?
Senwa, what are you waiting for?
I'm here.
Watching.
More than one.
Dude, what is going on?
Are they?
Where are you?
What do they want?
I don't like it.
I'm scared.
This is too
Mad woman.
Their eyes.
everywhere. I can feel them boring into her.
Witch.
What is she supposed to do? Do something.
Ask them.
What do you want me to do?
Lost souls fall through hell to find us.
You were lost. Not anymore.
Are you ready for what you will find here?
What we will find.
What if it's all for nothing?
What is going on, dude?
There. They are waiting. There.
It's them.
It's you.
What is going on?
What will we do to us?
Touch it.
What is going on, man?
Feel
You're mine.
your voices.
Earl.
Parts of you that are broken.
You can be whole. All the grief,
All the rage.
Welcome, Earl. It's good to see you, my friend.
Everything I've seen, everything I've done, has led me to this place.
We've come so far.
not far enough. Say it.
You are ready.
Tell them.
I am here. Now.
What if we get lost forever?
What will happen to them?
What will happen to you?
I will not let them down.
She is ready. They know.
Go.
What is going on, man?
Around you, Senua.
Still.
Those you have saved,
2024.
you led to death.
We still haven't seen a lot of gameplay of Senwa, you know? 2024, another year. Man, I want to see more. I want to see actual, like, real gameplay. Whoa. Whoa. It's all dark now and it's super bright. Oh, okay. Like a... Oh, this is the new Like a Dragon. Because then they have the Man with No Name one, right? Yeah, Sakurai, I trust him. Oh, buttocks. That's a 10 out of 10 butt. Sup? Oh, seashell. Strategically place seashell and crab. I need to play Yakuza games. I played Yakuza 1 and 2 on the PlayStation 2. I haven't played any Yakuza games. So I've watched this more than once. For reasons.
Oh my god! A stranger!
So he's in the States? Like...
Oh, surf's up, dude.
He just like wakes up.
Hang loose, bro.
Hang loose, bro. He just wakes up.
Huh?
He went fishing with his bait and tackle out. Does he have the states? Like, what is this? Like a dragon infinite wealth. I like it. I like it. I'm glad they're keeping up with him. Because I hear the his game is really, really good. I have Yakuza 0 and Kiwami and Yakuza 5? More Fallout 76? One day I'll play Fallout 76. One day.
The fruit of years of prudent progress and determined reclamation, and 15 million dwellers worth of keen
Kudos says, greetings, Bogus. I would have been here sooner, but I was watching Bridge of Terabithia. Apparently again, I forgot I totally watched it. But it's a great movie, so I don't mind watching it again.
No matter if you roam alone or spend your time with friends,
Hold on.
you'll find a home in
Kuno says, greetings, Bogus. I would have been here sooner, but I was watching Bridge to Terabithia. Apparently again. I forgot I had already watched it, but it is a great movie, so I don't mind watching it again. Kuno, that was Bridge to Terabithia is is my example for the wildest vague question about a movie. When I worked at Blockbuster, someone had asked me, and I have to say this every time Bridge to Terabithia comes up. Someone comes up to me, he's like, "Hey, I'm looking for a movie for my kids. It's like The Last Mitzi, but there's a bridge in it." And I was like, "Bridge to Terabithia. You meant The Last Mimsy, but it's The Last Mitzi, but there's a bridge in it?" And I was like, "Oh, that's Bridge to Terabithia. I got you." You're like, "Oh yeah, here you go. But get ready, buckle up." You know, I really do think that I should play Fallout 76 at some point. I really do. I know. Let's do it. Yeah, they go back to Pittsburgh.
Yes, from Appalachian settlements to Nuka World on tour. You're never short on things to do or places to explore.
Like, what is this game now with all this content?
Well, how about this? Pack your bags for an escape of Epicurean bliss.
Ooh, Epicurean
Put your
bliss.
rad shield on and fix your hair up pretty.
Going to Vegas?
We're headed for the boardwalk of Atlantic City.
Atlantic City.
So there you have it. Now you know. There's a million ways to make the wasteland your
Dorvin Dad says, I do not like the Fallout. Dorvin Dad, are you talking Bethesda Fallout games or OG Fallout 1 and 2?
Answer the call of Vault 76.
I kind of agree with
Play
you,
it now with
DD.
Xbox Game Pass.
First two are the best two. Cool. I'm down. I mean, that's fine. I want to try 76 at some point with folks, but
World premiere.
I'm not in a hurry. Dude, jeez. Okay, what do we got? Hello. Capcom. Okay, hold on. A new... Wait, is this a new... Whoa. Are we getting a new, you know, the one that was... Feudal Resident Evil. On the PlayStation 2. Jean Reno. Chaka? No, what's... Oh my god. I don't know what it's... I can't think of the word for it. Bushido Blade? Come on now. What are we getting here? What are we gonna find in all these trailers? Earl, I'm watching the Xbox showcase right now. New Vegas is the best one, modern one. Onimusha, thank you, Kuno. That's the one I'm talking about. It's like, are we getting a new... No, this ain't Onimusha. This ain't Onimusha. What the hell is this? From Capcom. Whoa. I was also like getting heavy From Software, their Xbox one they had. Brave Hunter so-and-so? I wish, man, that'd be a wild one. What is this? Getsu Fumiden? And it's like, it being that kind of far out camera, like this almost like Diablo style camera, like way out. Gesundheit. Path of the Goddess. What in the world? Is that exclusive? I'm interested. That was wild looking. Xbox Game Studios presents. Here we go. What are you bringing?
General Motors' historic commitment to performance
Forza.
is embodied in two of its
Please come out
iconic
this year,
brands,
please, for me, so that my
Chevrolet
fantasy
and Cadillac.
works. Fantasy Games League, please.
The V-Series.R elevates Cadillac's competitive spirit to a whole new level.
Yeah,
with its
okay.
thunderous V8 and hybrid power.
Okay.
The legendary Corvette has been a celebrated champion for decades.
Like, being from Detroit,
All-new
yeah, I get
Chevrolet
it.
Corvette E-Ray continues that tradition. General Motors is proud to usher in a new era of competition.
New era.
With the innovators
Vroom,
behind
vroom.
the new Forza Motorsport.
It is beautiful. This is one of the most beautiful games.
Forza Motorsport and General Motors are pairing their strengths and technical excellence.
Is he in front of a real car? Because I don't know. I don't think it is. Like, my brain is like, no, that's a fake car. That's like, that's an in-game model car.
I'm thrilled to welcome the Cadillac V-Series.R and the Corvette E-Ray to the home of competition.
They always have to have a car on stage. Microsoft, infamous cars on stage. Infamous cars on stage. Is he a fake person? Dude. These games are the most beautiful games that I will never play. Ever. Ever. But they are the most beautiful. Without question. Like, unequivocally.
Let's tweak the car's performance for the next one.
Tweak car's performance? Nope. Can't do it. And Sakura, yeah, Horizon? Horizon's more my speed. I could play a Horizon game. But, like, I can't do Gran Turismo. I can't do Forza Motorsports. Give me Mario Kart. Yeah. I'm with you, cheese. I want wacky. I want wacky. I want out of reality. I want fun. And like Horizon goes that way. They get like the Hot Wheels tracks and stuff like this, which is really fun. I don't know how much torque I need. Exactly. What about the Trapper Keeper ship? Ooh. So beautiful. The most beautiful game ever created that I will never play. October, it's coming out this year. Yes, thank God. Fantasy Games League, my Fantasy League. I've got this locked down, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to win the Fantasy League. Speedstorm, I've not. I'm going to look that up. I'm going to write that down just for me. That's a me, Speedstorm. Bethesda. Bethesda presents.
I have seen all that ever was, and all that ever will be.
Yeah, Elder Scrolls. Online.
Betrayal.
Yeah, ESO.
Endurance.
I played a lot of ESO. It's just not fun for me. It's not fun. Now this is ESO, Elder Scrolls Online for sure.
The one who knows.
Yeah. Elder Scrolls Online is just not fun. I feel bad. I love Elder Scrolls, but I've fallen out of love with Elder Scrolls. I want to get back into ESO because more Morrowind is always good, yeah. But I feel
disconnected.
We're talking about lightsabers, right? And like Elder Scrolls falls into that same problem. They don't know what made those games so special and engaging. And they just drifted farther and farther away from it. And while it may be more mainstream success and more general audience success, it lost that identity. It lost its identity in the biggest way possible. Because, like, ESO is half Elder Scrolls and half MMO. It does not do either exactly right. Exactly. Well, it's like, I don't even feel like it's an MMO, man, when I play it. Because, again, like, you will never have to engage with another human being directly. Like, you will indirectly have them just with you, and you just move through it, and like you move at a rapid pace, and you don't stop. You do a dungeon, like you match up with the dungeon, you're with the other people, you're going through the dungeon, you never stop at any point, and you just steamroll through it the whole way through. It's such a dissonant game.
CSIS Unit 37. Toronto is under attack. By Null Sector.
Oh yeah. Okay, Overwatch too.
Different about Null Sector this time.
They've taken over most of the city and they're rounding up.
But we've dropped the single player content.
People are answering Winston's recall. There's new blood on the team, and we have so much to teach them.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Like, I know folks who work on this stuff, and I'm sorry.
We can stop Null Sector. Maybe we can save the city. Coming through.
Yeah, but you don't have single player content. Stop acting like you do. You literally said you don't. You're cutting that completely into these weird, individual, small scale story scenarios.
I hate to interrupt the moment, but I'm picking up reports of more attacks in other cities.
There is Dwarven Dad. Story Mondo Ball, how's it going? Story Narios. I know. I don't. New ways to play? No. New ways to play? No. A game mode is not a new way to play. A training mode? Yeah, the co-op event. Like, it's one little thing that gives you a little tiny bit of story. The story scenarios are just their events. Exactly. Look, I'm with you. Hi, welcome. How's it going? Ooh, a firing range. Some real new ways to play. Story missions.
The world is counting on us.
The weird spin in this is insane. It's insane. The story, the marketing spin, off the charts.
Engaging.
Watch this. I saw that. Not bad.
Off the charts. And like, you gotta, I guess unlocking them with Game Pass and having them all accessible in Game Pass, great idea, sure. But like, if you don't have Game Pass and having to pay for that, it's a pain in the ass. Or earning it in games, a pain in the ass.
What is this place? It looks like we're in a palace.
What the hell is going on? Who are these people?
No idea. But if they're attacking us, our only choice is fighting back.
What is Persona SD? Like, so super deformed?
You're thieves who steal hearts, and you just happen to
Persona strategy.
The Rebel Corps will always help the Phantom Thieves, just as the Phantom Thieves have helped the Rebel Corps. Never forget that we're
I'm down. I'm down. You go grid-based strategy. Also, I like this type of strategy versus like Disgaea strategy, right?
Unfortunately,
returning
will be no easy feat.
Somewhere deep inside, I know you realize
This looks a little more interesting than like Disgaea for me.
So, will you take a stand beside us?
Yeah, let's show them what we got.
What a weird idea. Persona Tactics? I mean, I'm down. If you want me to get to play a game, that's how you do it. It didn't look like, because this guy is like just numbers. It's just crunch. It's the crunchiest strategy game in the face of the planet, and I couldn't get into it. They're like, you love Disgaea, you love Final Fantasy Tactics. I hate those games, and I love tactics games. It's just like, what is it about them? They're so crunchy. What do we got with Starfield now? Are we in the Starfield segment? No,
hunted for knowledge in
not
the
yet.
Unknown. The wonder is not that the field of stars is so vast.
The field of stars is a Starfield,
but that we have measured it.
Let's see, man. $25 years in the making.
We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all.
Since 1998.
Out there.
We've been making Starfield since 1998.
You're part of Constellation now. Part of our family.
We do not fully understand all that is at work here.
No finer group in the stars to be unraveling this mystery.
I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Grab jump is ready. I love this part.
These artifacts could be everything.
Game's been in the works since 1998 of very low
Another
expectations.
Great secret the universe is asking us to unravel.
Human settlements throughout the galaxy could be at risk.
We are not stopping. Whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever.
I have to like.
This is where we belong.
I have to. Starfield's one of the weirdest ones. I have to like try to cut through. Starfield's like you have to cut through it. How do you cut through it? Ooh, I thought it was coming out later. Maybe it was crazy. I don't know. I have to cut through that one. Because like I feel like there's a lot of BS and a lot of smoke and mirrors. And then I have to sit there and is there?
World
you know?
premiere.
I have a hair. I want to see. Watch me just sit there and scrape my tongue. Hair. Ugh. I don't know how I feel about Starfield. His backpack is so cute. Yeah, it's so cute. I love the blob guy. Kuno says, "Oh look, it's Xbox's version of Breath of the Wild." It's yeah, Xbox of the Wild. Don't nod, okay. A lot of stuff, man. Quality not final. In-game footage, yeah. You know, I like me some ruins. The verticality. We haven't had a lot of verticality lately. We had lots of giants. I guess that counts as verticality. A Boy and His Blob. There it is. A Boy and His Blob 3. Just saying. Just saying. Interesting.
World premiere.
Secret mode. Oh, is this Is gonna be one of the Silent Hill games? I just see lots of fog. I'm like Silent Hill. like it. Silent oil rig. Don't show the monsters. Still wakes the deep. Interesting. I like it. Still wake the deep looks cool. You may or may not have played PT. This is OR, oil rig. Ooh. Super Gut 2.0. Whoa. 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 I was seeing a lot of 2D assets in 3D that look, I like this. This is my jam. When you talk about like, yeah, oh god, those rocks are all 2D. There are certain things here 2D and some things are 3D. And I like it. I like it. New day, new dungeon. Okay. Yeah. There's some visual stuff going on here. Some visual trickery that I very much enjoy. Okay. Dungeons of Hinterberg. That's on my jam. That's my jam right there. Hinterberg. Okay. Sold on this immediately. I don't, Kuno, but I got a PC, baby.
Hi. I'm very excited to be
You're beautiful, Keanu.
Johnny Silverhand in the upcoming expansion for Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty. This new adventure reunites Johnny and V on a dangerous spy mission and introduces Idris Elba.
Mascot, if you like that, have a pop-up book that'll blow your mind. Tell me all about it, Mascot.
It's really amazing to share the screen with you, Idris. It's cool to be a part of this game with you, man. As a player, you'll get to visit Dogtown, an unexplored part of Night City, and rescue the President of the new United States of America. Expect a massive expansion, twists, secrets, and plenty of stuff to do. I know the team at CD Projekt Red just keeps raising the bar when it comes to telling cinematic stories in video games.
Saving the President of the United States, new United States of America. Like,
X and S.
I don't want Epic. I don't want Epic.
I'm guessing you want to see for yourself, and so it is my honor and pleasure to give you and introduce the official trailer for Phantom Liberty.
Yeah, Wonderful. It's bad dudes. I was gonna say it. Yes. Are you a bad enough dude to save the president of the United States of America? I want.
Be a way out of this.
Johnny.
Just give me these big open worlds. Give me these big open worlds, and then let me just exist in that world. Don't be like you're the epic hero thrust into this big epic storyline. No, just let me exist in that world. Let me just be. Build the content, but let it just be.
What's the catch?
Yakuza's got a linear storyline. I want to be the neighbor to the hero. Cheese. Yes. Oh, hold on. Cheese Viking says Bogus wants to be the neighbor to the hero. We'll sell tens of copies of the games. Here's the thing, Cheese. Okay, listen. My dream game. Let's talk big dream ideas. I want the Elder Scrolls Morrowind meets Animal Crossing. Local only, one player at a time, shared world space. I want to be able to be in a open world game situation where I can have a character. My wife can be like, I want to be an alchemist and open up an alchemy shop. And she just does that. And then I'm like, I want to be the hero. And I can go into her shop and buy stuff. And she can then come in and be like, hey, somebody bought all my stock. I've got to resupply. And that the world is universal for both of us. The things that we both do affect that game. We're playing on the same system. And like, that's called a job. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Well, that's the thing though, Mascot, is that there's gameplay for that. There's people who love to do that. HUL says EGA text parser version of Seinfeld where you have to type in, did you ever notice this type jokes? But like a shared world experience where there's a fantasy world and it's just small scale. people locally, same system, same platform, same computer, getting to play these things and getting to do stuff. So if I go and clear through all the Mages Guild quests and become like the head of the Mages Guild, the other person, when they go in, they know who people are talking about, that new head of the Mages Guild, this guy, this person, and it's me. And those things have changed now because of that, right? And that their world is the same as mine. We both share that same game, save. And I just drop an item, there it is. Put up a player house, there it is. You know, it's still there for me. And it's not for everybody. People don't want to just exist. They want to have a drive. They want the game to tell you where to go, what to do. Point me in the right direction, put the gun in my hand, and send me off, you know? And I'm like, how about, here is the world. You don't understand it. Figure it out. I have made content for you. I've made handcrafted, beautiful content for you. Just figure it out. Go. And people hate it. They hate it. Skylarker says, give me a city block, but every room is openable. Every person has a place they live and work. And every one of those people has a story to tell. And it doesn't have to be related to some grander story or tied into something intricate, but have it interwork with other people. And it doesn't automatically tell you this is important, but have the person be able to piece those things together. Relationships between other characters that you come across, see information that was presented by other characters, and try to see how that ties into other things. Cheese Viking says, documentary now, co-op episode, the game. Max says, Bokushi just explain real life. Absolutely. But allow it to be set in a fantastical world, an alien world that you have to then understand. That's the appeal to it, is trying to understand this stuff and have things be supernatural, have things be adventurous and fun still, and not have to be mundane, but allow the opportunity for mundanity. Mundanity is what also ties us and connects us to that software. People loved in Morrowind being able to do alchemy, but having to sit there and like take notes and be like, okay, I know this one does these effects and this one does this effects, and I can experiment if I want to see what the outcome can be. And I have to actually really think about where those things are located. And now that may not seem like an incredibly engaging experience, but for a lot of people who love that stuff, they love that stuff. Deep RP Minecraft with quests, absolutely wonderful, exactly. Deep RP, we're talking engagement on a big level that allows people to be able to get completely immersed without having to completely inconvenience them. Because a lot of people, we see a lot of online games that are cropping up, that are like crafting online survival games, but they're like, hey, oh, you wanna build a house? Okay, that's gonna take about 42 real life hours. And you can have 12 people, and that'll cut it down to 24. If you have 12 people helping you out in that situation, and you have to hand place each board and really make this thing. And like they do that sort of stuff, and that's not fun for me. And some people may enjoy it, but that's too mundane. That's too inconvenient. That crosses that line for me. I want to make it accessible for people to be able to be the character they want to be, but also make it so that it's within some limitations and boundaries that don't make it so inconvenient and boring. You know, there's a difference there. You can do that. You can. Sorry, I'm on a rant, but like, man, the Shadowrun on the Sega Genesis, right? There's a big grand story that you can follow, but you can also just be a Shadowrunner in that world and just exist in that space, and that's fun. On the Genesis, oh, fun. I play Book of Travels. What is Book of Travels? Is all that. That's why I love Book of Travels so much. So you're just a dandelion in the wind, man. And you just have to figure out that world. It's so beautiful. Anyway, sorry.
Sleeper agents. Time to wake them up.
So NUSA's tossing us back into the fray, huh?
Stay sharp. We're in the wolf's den now.
Because what happens when you have these big epic stories, everything has to feed into it. Everything has to feed into the big epic story. And so all these things are just become set pieces instead of real places. And that's what drives me crazy. Is you have these intricate environments, you have these really fascinating places, but they're set pieces. They're stages. They're stages that very blatantly feed into mechanics.
You know, V, treason ain't ever black and white.
Hi, Idris Elba.
It's a charade, V.
Wherever she goes, people get hurt. Bodies drop.
Just want what Songbird promised me. The cure.
Yeah.
The situation's changed. You need to know if you're with me.
Illusion of freedom draws in the desperate. Pick your truth, V.
Come on, got iron in your hand. Gotta put it to someone's head. Pull the trigger.
If I don't do anything, and do it soon, I'll die.
Yeah, it just doesn't do it for me. He sounds like he phoned it in, says Cheese. Have you played the Gothic series? It has elements you're talking about. People just exist and have no purpose that makes the world seem like a place that could exist. Might I'll have to look into it. Because I also want them to still be like a thing instead of being like static images. You know, Ultima Online has that big time where the NPCs don't do anything to serve a purpose. They don't have conversations. They don't have any insight into the world. They just are like shopkeepers for the people who don't want to deal with other players. And like, I'm always worried about that too. Like, that's another fine line to cross. Oh, are we doing another train? Is it public transport? Oh, this is this City Skylines 2 or something? That's fun. It's nothing without you. Okay. Oh, that's... Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, this looks like City Skylines 2, right? Am I crazy? Is that a Sim City? Don't tell me it's a Sim City. I'm down, man. Every city sim is a Sim City game. No. It's City Skylines, yeah. SimCity is as dead as Wing Commander. Sakurai, you're absolutely right. After the gigantic snafu that was the last SimCity game, man, that was a complete botch. 2012 was the worst. And I'm glad that like City Skylines came in and swooped in and was like, no, we can not make this suck. Nice. October 24th. Wow. I'm down with that. City Skylines, yeah. Oh my god, my pen's not on me. Pen! No! There's stuff coming out this year, which is nice. World. Online only is a way Mnemonic Man. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, geez, you make the game unplayable. Not even if the online only, just unplayable. Another Atlas game? What if the world we live in today is their utopia? Whoa. Oh, Oshimagami Tensei? Whoa. Is it a new person? That's not a person. This should be Shimagami Tensei, right? Wow, there's a point where I just feel overwhelmed. The UI is too stylized. It's too stylized. I'm just like, I can't parse this. What is this I'm seeing? Rank 1? Veins? There's too much happening. It's too much. I legitimately, my brain is breaking down. I can't understand what is happening. What is this? It's too much. It's too much. How can you make anything too stylized? It's insane to me. I bet you it's great, but like I can't understand what is happening. Anime the game. Metaphor. Whoa. Metaphor. I mean, it looks awesome. There's too much things happening at once. I bet you playing the game is a lot easier to parse than what that trailer presented. But wow, I was like, the UI was splashing and crashing all over the place, and I was like, oh god, there's just things are moving. Too many things are moving right now. I can't parse what I'm seeing. Okay, Xbox Game Studios created the Banner Saga trilogy. Hello.
Humanity's cities have fallen.
Okay.
Our people's only means of survival is to seek sanctuary here.
Had me in Banner Saga, exactly.
You must explore
It's a 4X.
to find the origins of this evil.
Or a 6X or whatever it is. You know what I mean.
And bring hope back to our people.
Like fantasy sim or Civ. Explore co-op adventure. I am in an ever-changing world. Wild. Kind of like, what is this? We have 6Xs now? I don't know, cheese. I don't know what it's called. You know what I mean? It's like a RPG beat 'em up, but like that overworld map.
Together, you can
Yeah.
save humanity.
This. Towerborn. That's cool. A 4X. Thank you, Sakura. It's like a 4X like beat 'em up RPG. We have Fantasy Civ. It's Age of Wonders. Yes, Sakura, yes.
World premiere.
Brawler. Yeah, Wilco. That looked fun. That looked cool. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by that. And it looks like, you know, the world's dynamically generated and randomly generated when you procedurally generated when you start a new game. Exile Entertainment. Oh. Okay.
This city is a miracle of progress. A finely tuned, delicately balanced machine.
Yeah. It's BioShock. There's something more. Yeah, something more sinister underneath.
Little gear to ruin everything.
Yeah.
If you resist my rule,
It's BioShock. Yeah.
alter our past. If you threaten what I have built, there is nowhere in space or time where I will not destroy you.
Oh no. What did I do?
Any last words before my friend puts one in your scalp?
I'm good. I'm good. Clockwork Revolution. I'm good, thank you. I'm alright. I'm alright.
Thank you all for joining us. Today is a special day for me and the team.
Crunchy
I'm
numbers and
excited to
stats,
see
Sakura. Nope.
11 games showcased
Nope.
from our first-party studios. We opened with Fable from Playground Games, which will bring the franchise into the modern era while staying true to
I
its
know.
British style.
I just.
Compulsion and In Exile shared their first original experiences since joining Xbox with South of Midnight and Clockwork Revolution. And we are thrilled at how Avowed is shaping up for release next year.
It's the content, not the
masters
not the
at
mechanics. It's the
In addition to
setting.
Avowed,
It's
our
the setting
studios
and the
will
tone.
deliver Hellblade
That's
2,
the thing. That's the
an
thing.
all-new Microsoft
That's the thing,
Flight
Sakura.
Simulator, Towerborn, and more in 2024. Later
Look
this
at his
month,
shirt,
players
Hexen.
can look
Of
forward to
course.
Elder Scrolls Online Necrom
Are we getting Hexen
and
3?
Sea of Thieves Monkey Island.
Please let the NV
As
Hexen
we look
3.
to holiday, we will launch Starfield.
There's
and
Hexen 3 in the
Forza
works. Such a
Motorsport,
tease. Hexen 3 is
both
coming.
built for Xbox
Please
Series X,
let that be true.
S, and PC. We are also honored to share 14 games today from our creative partners, like Star Wars Outlaws from Ubisoft Massive in collaboration with Lucasfilm.
Wait,
Games.
I thought Hexen was
33 Immortals from Thunder Lotus.
Wasn't that? I guess it wasn't id.
Tsugami, Path of the Goddess from Capcom, and more Persona games coming to Game Pass.
Raven,
thanks
you're right.
to our continued partnership
You're right.
with Sega Atlas. I'd also like to congratulate the Studio Zero team on Metaphor ReFantazio. It's great to be able to premiere what is next from the creators of Persona.
I think that's going to be fun. Metaphor looks really cool. I think that, like, I was making fun of it, but, like, legitimately, Metaphor looks, like, really awesome, and people are going to love that game.
No
It's not for
if
me,
you choose to play
but,
on
like,
Xbox,
I was overwhelmed.
PC, or over the cloud, all gamers are welcome here at Xbox. When it comes to our consoles, we have heard your feedback on two fronts. First, we have significantly increased our supply of Xbox Series X, making it easier for fans to find globally. Second, we know you've wanted more storage with Xbox Series S, and I'm excited to share we have some news there as well.
Hard drive expansion for the Xbox. The Xbox Series XL. Is it going to be the Xbox Series XL? Xbox Series S. Xbox Series X. Now, with 1 terabyte. Oh man, I can play Star Wars on it. The one Star Wars game. Xbox Series S with 1 terabyte. That one Star Wars game, exactly. You know the one, cheese. That one. Jedi going. Jedi emo boy.
Prepare for the most comprehensive deep dive we've ever done for the biggest game we've ever built. So sit tight and enjoy Starfield Direct.
Okay. How long is this? How do we got? Okay, we got like an hour of Starfield. Jesus. Let's do it. 1 whole terabyte. Woo! Yeah, when games are now 120 gigabytes in size, like it's just, and it's only gonna get bigger. You know, Starfield's gonna be a gigumongous. Here's what I want to see. I want Starfield to cut through the BS and like talk about it and really like show the mechanics. Like, what do you do in this game? What do you do? What's the goal? How does flight work? How does combat work? How does exploration? What's your gameplay loops? Minimal says Monster Hunter World with expansions knocks on 500 gigabytes. Oh, Jesus. And then there's Tears of the Kingdom, which is 16 GB. Like...
Hey everyone, thank you so much for
Hi,
joining us
Todd.
today, and welcome to Bethesda Game Studios.
Where's the jacket, Todd?
We've been so lucky over the decades to make the kind of games that we love here, and that's thanks to all of you, from the Elder Scrolls.
Have a good night, Audio Eric.
We love
Have a wonderful
creating
night.
these
Thank you
worlds
so much for
and
coming
playing
and keeping
in
me
them
company.
just as much as you do. And throughout all that time, we'd often talk about and dream up the space game. What if we could take that feeling of being who you want to be and exploring a new world, but set it in space, where you weren't really limited in where you could go or what you could do? And that is Starfield. Obviously, we've come a long way since then with the games we've built, our technology, and all of us here in the studio. We've done so much together, but, well, we've never tried to make a game like this. Today, you'll get to hear from many on the team and see so much of what we think makes our game special. So let's
Have a wonderful night,
and
Earl.
take a look.
Thank you so much, Earl, for keeping me company. I greatly appreciate my friend. Here's the thing. Well, before we get into this, hold on, before we even do this reveal here, like, here's the thing, right? So, like, I don't enjoy go anywhere, be anything, do anything. And I'm making a tabletop RPG system that was very modular, very open-ended. It allows you to create the characters you want to create. And I presented it as a do anything you want to do, be anything you want to be. And, like, that's not the way to present things. It overwhelms people. It makes it impossible for people to approach it. And you need to have something to kind of guide and drive people. Because when you say, like, oh, you can go anywhere, you can do whatever you like, it's like, no, show us what you can do. You can say, like, oh, there's so many places to go and see. But go anywhere is such a vague statement that's so hard for people to be like, I can't visualize what that means. You know, you need to give me something. But, like, having things too open and having things too constrained. I talked earlier about kind of like letting people just exist in that space doesn't mean do whatever you like and go anywhere. It's more you have agency in what you do to a degree. And like, I don't know, man, there's something when I hate when he says that. I know that and it's doing a disservice to Starfield by saying that stuff to them, like to the audience. It really is. Todd, it's doing a disservice.
Is our first new universe
the ultimate joke would be if you
in
could take your spaceship to
25
Tamriel and play
years.
Skyrim
It is
again,
still
but with a
a
gun.
Bethesda RPG through and through, where you step into a new world and you get that feeling of unlimited possibilities.
I won't be able to play this game this year.
But this time,
I don't have a computer
it's
good
not
enough.
just one world. It's over 1,000 worlds. Because the choice of where to go, it's not ours, it's yours. And it wasn't until now that we had the technology to create it. From the rocks at your feet to the mountains in the distance.
No Man's Sky with an
the
RPG
people
and
and
could romance
creatures
agency.
that live in
Well,
these worlds.
where's the guidance though? Like what? Yeah, I want to know. Like
That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually
you need
there
some kind
orbiting
of
the planet. Yes,
kind of
you
like
can visit it too.
man, I sound so hypocritical.
Realistically simulate the galaxy
You
around
need
you.
something.
Our next generation lighting model uses real-time global illumination to light the world based on the type of star and the makeup.
Like, I
of
don't
the
believe you
planet's
can just
atmosphere.
explore an entire planet. I don't.
We also have an all-new animation system. And of course, you can play it in third person, and you can play it in first person. We love exploration and rewarding it, but you do explore differently in this game given its scale. That usually involves
Yeah, so much
exploring
No
the
Man's Sky
area
in
you've
this.
landed in.
So much No Man's Sky. It's not even funny.
You can collect
in the UI.
resources, do a mission, and maybe even stumble upon something unexpected.
Like the floatiness, like the gravity's different there, you know.
We do love stuff and all of the items allowing you to pick everything up. And you can view all that in your data menu.
No, Kuno, it's not just
This
another
is the
shooter
hub
game.
for everything you're doing, from your skills to your ship, your missions, and your inventory. We love to pack a ton of detail
Yeah.
in every object, from all of your weapons to spacesuits to food. We just obsess over the details, and food. We obsess over food.
Don't we all? Trilobites?
When you're done exploring,
I
you
like
can walk back
trilobites.
or fast travel to your ship. We have companions and crew you can take with you. I left Vasco here back at my ship.
Welcome back, Captain Howard.
And he can even say your name. Let's head out.
Of course, he was the robot to say, "Hello there, Todd, you beautiful beast, you sexy man,
Our
you."
mission was to convey the wonder
Oh, Todd, your
and
muscles
majesty
are so
of
big
space
and your leather
exploration,
jacket is so
to evoke
nice.
the romance of the golden age of early spaceflight. And we've been referring to this approach as NASA Punk. This means a design language where the tech is advanced, yet still looks grounded and relatable.
For us, it's that contrast. That's where the visual interest is. Obviously, the NASA, which is the rigid, hard function over style, and
NASA
then
Punk.
which is all about style.
You can see that visual style coming through in your ship. Your ship is your home for you and your crew. And like many of the spaces in our game, it has a slightly retro and analog touch. A bit of lo-fi rather than sci-fi.
Yeah, I dig
where
that.
Everything is well used, worn, and lived in.
Good thing.
Alrighty. What's the plan, Captain?
This is your star map. It starts with the planet you're currently on. You can see all of its info and resources. You can choose a landing spot or fast travel to known locations. Backing out further, you can view all the planets in the system. Obviously, the game is big, and it's here you can see planets that have key locations, missions, or life on them. versus the many planets that are barren but resource-heavy. Zoom out even further to see all the systems in this part of the galaxy. Here, you can plot a course to ones that are light years away. This uses your ship's grav drive to fold space and jump to these systems. And you will need to upgrade your ship and skills if you want to jump to the most distant ones. But for now, we'll plot a course to the Alpha Centauri system, where we can find the city of New Atlantis.
Okay. So I'm starting to understand. So essentially you have a lot of planets that are going to be just kind of No Man's Sky style planets. Procedurally generated things to experience and like, you know, micro story locations, resources. Then you have your big city places and the handcrafted landmark areas that are going to be story oriented. Which is good. That's a good thing.
As soon as you land in a city like New Atlantis, your eyes are guided upwards to just these boundless, vast buildings.
It's the biggest city we've ever made, not just in size,
Yeah,
but also in the amount of custom art, crowds.
So Kuno asks, what does this game do that No Man's Sky doesn't? So that's the thing, right? So No Man's Sky, its story is very opaque, and it's one that is very kind of just ethereal. There's not a lot of real direction or goal in No Man's Sky. It's a situation where the story is what you make it. You kind of craft that narrative yourself with a small bit of structure to its story. There is a world. There is lore to it. And uncovering it is fascinating and interesting. But it is something that is, again, just kind of existing in that space versus you are thrust into, you have to solve this thing. And this is kind of, this I would say is kind of more Star Citizen meets No Man's Sky from what I'm seeing right now. So like how I'm seeing it, like I explained it, is like, it looks like, and we may be corrected as we watch this, and I apologize for stopping this again to talk about this ad nauseum, is it looks like it's a game that has the handcrafted areas, the cities, and points of interest on certain planets that are very particularly handcrafted, and then the rest of it is that procedurally generated, just kind of explore and just take it at your own pace and just kind of just see what you can find, and having these little points of interest that are procedurally generated that will add some interest to things. Soccer says, I do think that they're lacking land vehicles, which is odd on something on this scale. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I thought they talked about land vehicles before.
So the main focus when we're designing a city is obviously what supports the story.
Lead city designer.
Small stories as
that
possible.
is a role.
Colony War Memorial. It's a few moments of gameplay that make the space feel like it's full of real characters that are going about their day-to-day lives.
It's paralyzing if you really stop and think about it.
Buddy, it's coffee.
It's also where your adventure with Constellation begins.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about.
By the time you meet them, Constellation is sort of seen as this mythical group. Most people don't even know they exist anymore. They're the last true explorers in the galaxy, and they're trying to find the answers to some of humanity's biggest questions.
The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you. The artifact, if you could place it on the table here.
Oh my god, look at how it's coming together.
That means there's a set built by an intelligence outside.
I like your weird old school cosmonaut hat.
An eclectic cast of characters. You've got Sarah Morgan, the ex-soldier and adventurer, now Constellation's leader. Mateo, the theologian who believes that there's definitely something else.
When they say
there.
NASA
Noel,
punk, I see it.
The gifted scientist and Sarah Morgan's protege. And Walter, a very successful businessman in the settled systems and Constellation's financier.
Anything goes as long as you have the money.
There's also Vlad, the ex-pirate, Sam Coe, the former space cowboy, and Barrett.
You know what I hate about these pirates? Completely resistant to my otherwise irresistible charm.
As I stand there like a robot.
Is just the first of
Eyes never moving.
The settled systems is home to all kinds of different stories, people,
I am
and
charismatic.
adventures for you to uncover.
Dead-eyed. Yeah, charming.
The United Colonies is where you'll find New Atlantis, the first major human settlement in space. The people who live here value law, discipline, and the legacy of humanity.
It's still
They
just human
consider
CD.
themselves the true children of Earth.
You ever think of joining up with the Vanguard? Help the United Colonies? Even
No
get
other
your
races,
BC
Didi.
citizenship?
New Atlantis isn't the only city within the United Colonies. The city of Sidonia on Mars to this day serves as the largest mining facility for the United Colonies. Beyond the
11
United
hours without
Colonies'
incident.
reach, you might find yourself in a much more wild and independent coalition of star systems. This is Freestar Collective Space.
Dude, space diapers are awesome, Nate. What are you talking
The
about?
capital of the Freestar Collective is Aquila City.
The Stone Root Inn is an Aquila City fixture.
A ranger relies on judgment and intuition to do what's best for the people.
Neon started out as a fishing platform, but is now known throughout the Settled Systems as a pleasure city, where almost anything goes.
Fishing platform turned pleasure city.
Definitely isn't the job for you.
Typical trope. Oh yeah, that was so sexy right there.
Everyone has been chewed up and ground up by Neon. Try not to get yourself killed, all right?
Oh, that's the pleasure I'm looking for. Just getting killed.
Outside the bounds of civilized space, there are still plenty of unclaimed systems to explore, but these areas are also home to the most hostile factions in the galaxy.
Why does the pleasure city have to be Asian?
All heathens shall be made dust in time.
I have a very generic foreign accent.
A brave runner here to challenge the Red Mile.
They think the galaxy is theirs. They are wrong. It belongs to the Crimson Fleet. It always has.
In Starfield, we're pushing our cities and settlements further than we ever have before. It's all there, waiting for you. A slice of humanity's future.
So, ready to get out there?
Throughout the galaxy, there are so many things to see and stories to experience.
Do these future cities have mini golf? Oh, dude, Wilkie, if it had a mini golf mini game in there, I'm on board. I mean, real talk. Hold on. Do you want to know why I loved Grand Theft Auto 6 or Grand Theft Auto 5 so much? I could play darts. I could play golf. I could watch TV. Like, I love that. I love it. I love it. Give me space darts, please. Space Pong. Like, give me something. Is there a crappy corner store with surprisingly good coffee? Good pause. Good pause. Pleasure City, getting some Brave New World was. Yeah, see, like, okay.
Who spends hours in character creation, and I think people are going to be really excited when they see all of the improvements we've made.
One of the biggest overhauls was done through our character generation system. We scanned a wide range of faces from different age groups and ethnicities, and by mixing and matching all that data, we were able to create highly detailed and diverse characters.
We use that exact system to create all of the characters and NPCs you're going to see in the game. So any character you see almost always is a character you could make yourself.
Like in every other Bethesda game post Morrowind.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay, take it easy. You were out cold. No physical damage. Mentally, the jury's still out. You know who you are? New recruit for Argos Extractors? Ring any bells? Any of this look familiar?
You start your character creation journey as though you're cycling through employee records. You'll pick from a lineup of 40 presets.
None of these are me. I'm the one that looks like a gorilla man. A gorilla
Your
orc.
journey from there can
Like,
be as detailed or as quick as you want.
I'm
it to
the,
be.
the guy
This
with
system has more
10-foot long
than ever
ears.
before.
It's also the
Oh, that
simplest
hurt.
character generation system we ever had. We let the player get as close as possible to make whatever they want. With the various facial morphs you can blend together, the dermesthetic and makeup, blemishes, scars, piercings, teeth settings. It's a lot, but I think it's the most fun to use.
Yeah, what is with next gen facial
More
hair?
than just how you look. This is
Sakura,
also where you
Street
start to
Fighter
decide
6 is
who
the
you
same
wanna
thing,
be.
man. The facial hair
That's
is
where
just
backgrounds
ugly.
come in. Backgrounds give you a bit of backstory and start you out with 3 basic skills.
Chef.
From chef to Dusty. You know, the crew still has a betting pool about which restaurant critic you must have crossed to wind up here.
What's great about backgrounds is you never know when yours is gonna come in handy. You could be in the middle of a fancy restaurant.
Then things like
talking to some
Norman
guy,
Reedus and the
suddenly
baby.
You learn he needs a beast hunter to help track down a monster.
Fine. I probably should stick to professionals anyway, given what happened the last time.
We're also giving you the option to customize your build even further by letting you pick up to 3 traits. Traits are completely optional, and they come with their own advantages and disadvantages. You could choose to meet your biggest fan.
Oh God, no, no, no! By the Terra, by the Terra, by the Terra! Oh God, no! Why did they do this? Why did they do this? Bethesda, why? Todd, why? Do you think people wanted that? Do you, Todd in heaven? Do you think people wanted him back? Why? Why do you do this to us, Todd? Dear Todd. Why? Oh my God. I fucking hate this guy. No, it's supposed to be Nate Wilkie. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. That's supposed to be him. I can't. Oh my God. Oh, it's that guy. God damn it, Todd. You know Todd will play this with his trait. Oh, God damn it. Todd. Fucking Todd. I knew it.
Is it really you?
He'll join your
Oh,
crew and
no.
gifts if
No.
you're willing to put up with this constant commentary.
I can't believe I get to stand near you.
It's the same voice actor, too. Yeah.
I've got to have every molecule.
My favorite trait is kid stuff. You have to pay some credits to support your parents, but they're very sweet, and it's really fun to go visit them.
Honey, we got ourselves a visitor.
Oh my God!
I came across some hostile zealots in space, but because I had chosen a trait that made me the same religion as them, I was able to get by without any issues.
There's another great one that gives you a damage buff when your health is low, but mercenaries will randomly show up and try to kill you. No matter what you choose, there will be plenty of ways for you to tell your story. And if you want to remove a trait, there are ways to do that too.
What a view! It's a feast for
No.
the eyes. Off we go.
Stop.
To another adventure.
I'll let you discover that on your own.
Integrated familial problems. Yeah. Well.
Once you've built the perfect character, that's when your journey can really begin. We took what we loved about skills and perks from our previous games and put them together to create an all-new skill system.
There's a
Each
lot.
time you level up, you get a skill point,
Yeah.
which can be used to unlock or rank up skills. Ranks are unlocked by completing challenges associated with that skill. Challenges become increasingly difficult as you work your way to higher ranks.
Hold on.
With
Hold
our
on. I
5
gotta go back
different
just a
skill
second.
trees and 4
Can I
ranks
just
per
go back just a
skill,
little bit? Just go back just a little bit.
create
Talk
an
to me.
all-new skill system.
Hold on.
Each
I need to see
time you
something.
level up, you get a skill point, which can be used to unlock or rank up skills. Ranks are unlocked by completing challenges
Take 5
associated
blocks.
with that skill.
Yeah. Got it. 15
Challenges
blocks.
become increasingly difficult as you work your way to higher ranks.
Yeah, I don't. It's just
With
the
our
same
5
though. It's just
different
the
skill
same stuff. I'm
trees
just doing
and
the
4
same
ranks
thing.
per skill, there's a lot to choose from.
I like the xenosociology skill because it lets you mind control aliens.
What?
Boost pack out of the gate. I'm boost packing everywhere.
I like maxing out my physical tree so I can get neuro strikes and just punch my way through combat.
Get nudes in here. Nudes. This is for nudes. Nudes are dudes. That's a nudes thing.
Invest in the skills that suit your playstyle.
Oh,
I'm very much a stealth player. So, I'm out there pickpocketing everyone. My favorite part about being stealthy is slowly creeping through vents like you're in a movie and then jumping out and springing on people.
Whenever possible, I like to talk my way through situations.
This area's off limits. Fine, I'll issue you an access card.
I'm more of a run and gun player.
So one of the things that I have with these skill progression challenges, right? And this is one of the big problems, the thing that I have with this game. And don't mind me with this. There's a lot of mixed feelings about Starfield right now. I have a lot of mixed feelings. It's going to be incredibly well received, and people are going to love this game, and warranted, I believe. But there are a lot of things that just bother me personally. And this is just a me thing again. I want to stress this is not indicative of meaning that it's bad. Okay. Here's the thing. Skill progression. With these challenges to increase your skills, right? Okay. Pick 5 locks. Next one, pick 10 locks. Next one, pick 15 locks. Next one, pick 25 locks. Mastery. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Please. Please no. That stuff is... You want challenges? You want challenges. Give me diverse challenges. Skill progression in a massive game gets real annoying. Yeah, Manuel says, another good pause. I feel like this guy could be trying to sell me a timeshare. He's like, now listen to me, okay? Listen, we've got a great opportunity for you today. When you talk about skill progression, and like challenges and these sorts of things, right? Let this stuff kind of happen naturally, right? And also offer opportunities to do unique challenges. Do you want a tweak to your skill? Then have that be a thing once the player has discovered a new application of that skill. What I mean by that is that, like, take something like some kind of combat skill, right? And add a pyromaniac aspect to it, right? Your gun skill, your generic gun skill, whatever. And then you're like, I'm going to shoot explosive devices now, barrels and things like this, right? And now unlock this thing of more potency with those things, larger area of effect with explosives and barrels, because you have discovered this new way to use those skills in creative ways. Now let's reward you in some other way by enhancing those sorts of things, not right out the bat, but as you just do that and do it naturally without showing you. If you do this 25 more times, you get this new thing, and we'll tell you exactly what that is. Let the player just do that a bunch because that's what they like to do. And then say, you're now rewarded. Here you are. We noticed you like to do this. Because if it shows you, then it's telling you, hey, if you want to get better at this, you have to do it our way. Do it this way. You won't be able to progress any other way. Instead of being like, we're not going to tell you how to progress in that regard. Play the game the way that you want to, and we'll reward you. But we're not going to tell you what it is you have to do. So then players have to think about, what ways can I utilize these skills in different and interesting ways? So the players then can experiment. And then as they do these things more and more, as they engage in the software the way they want to, and then have the game give you feedback and be like, we noticed you like to do this thing. Here's your reward. And then like, what? It recognized me. It was seeing what I was doing and was giving me that feedback. Nibuki says, it'd be great if there was an option in the voice dialogue to simply blast them while they're talking. I'm not a psycho, I swear. I'm done with this type of dialogue thing. So for me, we see you skip through the dialogue a lot. Yeah, Nate, we'll get exactly. Oh, you're skipping that dialogue a lot? We're going to give you that punch option. Like, just, But like, That's how you do this stuff. And it's not some weird, like, dynamic thing. It's more, we're just kind of keeping that behind the scenes so that you now will want to play. But we let you know, hey, if you experiment with the world and if you experiment with the skills that you have and apply them in different ways, you will be rewarded. Monomal says, I think that'd be good, though. If you're not buying what they're selling, an option for a free shot while they're still talking would be a great perk. Exactly, Monomal, exactly. But have that be a thing where, yeah. Oh, Mnemonic Man says, well, you have fun with the No Man's Skyrim. I'm going to sleep. Have a good night, Mnemonic Man. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Have a wonderful night. Sleep well. That's the sort of thing that I think is important. And just having this weird, like, just kill 5 enemies with a pistol. Kill 20 enemies with a pistol. Kill 150 enemies with a pistol. Like, now I'm forced to have to use the pistol.
From above,
Don't suffer, exactly. But thank you, Mnemonic Man, for coming in. Get some rest. Thank you for humoring my nonsense.
I like blowing stuff up.
Yeah, but your progression is you get to blow stuff up better by killing people with blowing things up. And, like, hitting that goal. Where now I'm like, oh, I have to use this if I want to get better at it. I don't know, man.
Exploration is a key aspect of all our games. In Starfield, there are full star systems with new life, resources, and adventures.
Use the console command. Exactly, there you go.
Our team worked hard to strike a balance between fun and realism. We studied data from NASA and a multitude of other sources to help us make the world feel believable. From the way we approached planetary atmospheres to the way we placed biomes based on the planet's distance from the sun. Once we had created a grounded world, we could start looking at all the things that make that world fun. When you leave a planet and head into space, you'll be navigating asteroid fields, having chance meetings with interesting strangers, dogfighting in space, and exploring derelict ships. It's all out there. Ultimately, it's about rewarding your curiosity, because whether it's on the surface of a planet, the alleys of a city, or the vastness of space, you never know what you'll find.
Space exploration is possible thanks to your ship. Your ship is almost like having another character or home you can make all your own. I think you'll be blown away by the amount of stuff you can do. You can buy a ship.
I'm sure you can find something you like.
Customize and upgrade that ship. And hire a crew to keep it up and running.
Yeah.
And it all starts in spaceports. Every spaceport has a ship technician where you can purchase, sell, and modify ships.
Anything I can help you with?
Maybe you start off with a speedy fighter that's perfect for bounty hunting. Then you might round out your ship roster with a hulking space freighter to run cargo missions, or even do a little smuggling. For now, though, we're going to take our starting ship, the Frontier, and make some changes. You can customize and upgrade everything you see here, and you have 2 ways to do that. You can quickly upgrade individual systems like your weapons or shields, or you can deep dive and enter the shipbuilder mode. Here you can change anything from the systems
Sakura's
to the look
endgame
and
right here.
layout.
I like
Adding
ship
a new
customization.
habitat module can give you more room for crew. Adding cowling can change your ship's overall silhouette.
So what's the major benefit of having the crew?
Grav drive allows for longer distance space jumps.
Like they're kind of like perks.
You can even
For
fully
your ship?
customize your paint job to get the exact
Deviant.
look you want.
Welcome, my
The parts
friends.
you choose to build with don't just affect your ship's stats.
Get this guy off me,
They'll
Fox.
also affect
David,
what
how are you
can
today,
do
my friend?
inside your ship. You can
Folks,
have
hold on. Folks, if you're not following the Deviant, please give them a big follow. They're playing Street Fighter 6. Oh, Deviant, we gotta play some Street Fighter 6. Oh my gosh. Wonderful streamer, a lover of old school style FPS games. Just a big variety streamer. They love themselves some Gianna sisters. Like, oh, dude, fantastic human being and a really good friend. Like, he's really awesome. So check them out if you haven't watched them before. They're really worth it, dude. How was Street Fighter 6 treating you tonight? I hope it went well. Street Fighter 6 is so good, dude. It's so good. This week we're gonna try to get through the world tour this week. My hope beyond hope. Oh man, my oldest is gonna be done with school early, hopefully tomorrow, if not Tuesday. And that means summer is beginning, and that means getting to play some more games and having some time to play games and enjoy them. Oh, it's gonna be so nice. But Deviant, welcome, my friend. It's good to see you. Let us know how things are going. We're just watching the Xbox showcase, and because I didn't get to see it today, and talking through it. We might not be able to get to the PC game one, not until, oh boy, we'll see how this goes. How much more time do we have? 30 minutes? Oh boy. PC one's long, isn't it? But they usually have a lot of ads and stuff I can skip through.
To every piece of your ship. From living quarters to cargo holds, mess halls, and control rooms.
I dig the customization stuff. That's cool.
Our modified Frontier is a practical ship, but with a little creativity, your ship can look like almost anything you want.
It's a bit odd, but one of my favorite ways of customizing ships is
Okay, good, Sakura. Yeah.
I make them look like animals.
Cool.
The HMS Platypus, as I called it.
Nice. I like the platypus.
Or it had a giant tail to it. And we've done spiders.
Stupid.
We've done mechs.
That's a stupid looking ship. Oh
so
god.
Really whatever your imagination is.
Dick ship. When are we getting Dick ship?
And while you can
You know
build
we're
your
getting
home
Dick ship.
among the stars
Come on.
the way you want to,
Come on.
you're probably not the only person who will call your ship home.
The HMS Dick ship. Day one Dick ship.
Off when you are, Captain.
Engines ready.
The Frontier is fueled and ready, Captain.
No, hold on,
Some of the
Deviant.
members of Constellation can
Don't
join you
spoil
on your
it.
journey.
No new blood
These
stuff, no.
companions can serve on your crew, and they'll always be there when you travel.
We'll be traveling together until we either find an artifact or this lead runs dry.
Each companion comes with their own valuable skills for your ships and outposts, as well as unique quest lines. Eventually, some friendships might blossom into romance.
I don't know that I've ever really
Oh, Deviant, I've got it, baby. I've got it.
Except you.
And if you're looking for a little extra help on your ship,
I'm gold
you
3
can
right now.
always hire additional crew at
Deviant, I'm
Space
gold
Force.
3.
Got any room on your ship for someone like me?
You'll also meet potential crew members out in the world.
USS Cock and Balls.
There might be a spot for me on your ship. I gotta get off this rock.
Assign crew to your
That
ship or
rock, he likes
outposts, and their unique
geology.
skills will affect how they run.
What?
And just like companions,
What is the
most
geology
crew members
skill?
can lend a hand in the field.
What's the benefit of having the
These
gastronomy
designed around
skill?
the core basics of a NASA machine.
Silver 6, Deviant, yes.
You might
Who are you playing?
I still wanted to give it almost a humanoid personality, so I elongated the limbs. This tends to make him feel more human-like and give him a little personality.
Oh, we missed Adam Jensen from Deus Ex.
Bloodshed.
Using the shipbuilding tools and crew selection features in Starfield, you'll be able to build and captain the ship of your dreams.
Okay.
And now, let's take to the sky.
We're putting you in the cockpit of your very own spaceship and telling you that you can do pretty much anything. And that is
say
really
that.
cool for us as developers.
Don't say that. It isn't that cool.
Spaceflight should be
It's
exciting and
frustrating,
dangerous.
actually.
And you should feel like you're in complete control every step of the
Because
way.
it feels empty when you say it like that.
We've extended that sense of control. to
Pit of
ship
cocks
combat.
instead of cockpits.
It's not about just hitting your triggers to fire your weapons. It's a complex dance between your piloting skills and our power allocation system. Boosting power to your engines will make your ship faster.
Yeah, you can do X-Wing style.
Powering up the ground tries will shorten the amount of time it takes before you can make a jump. And moving your power
Yeah.
to your weapons and shields means you're ready for a fight.
Hi, Big Mikey. How's it going, man?
You should always be on your toes
just-
because you're not alone out there.
I'm increasing my engines as I run towards them. Don't need to put them in my shields. Of course not.
Unlocking the targeting control system
Oh.
skill will allow you
But
to
like,
zero in
look.
on specific
Hold on.
subsystems of the ship
Hold
you
on.
target.
Hold on. Look for a second. Watch the reticle. Watch the reticle. Just watch it. Watch.
Unlocking the targeting control system skill will allow you to zero in on specific
Where's the
subsystems
the laser
of
shots
ship
anywhere
you
near the
target.
reticle? No. A little auto lock, yeah.
After
I don't
destroying
know.
an enemy ship, you can loot the
Or
remains
it could
from
be
your
based
cockpit.
on your crew. They're
You can
firing
always
for
turn
you.
any ship that engages you into scrap.
It could also
You
be
can
the crew.
take a more personal approach by docking with the enemy vessel and boarding their ship.
Yeah. Where's your free space 3D bit? That's what I'm talking about right there.
Once you've
Docking.
taken control of an
Oh
enemy
my.
ship,
Oh
it's
my.
yours.
Auto docking.
Add it to your fleet and retrieve it at any spaceport.
I'm gonna get my ship. I'm gonna dock their
But
ship onto my
space
ship.
is way more than fighting for your life. Just like when you're planetside,
I know what docking
there
is.
are plenty of sights to see and stops to make on the way to your next adventure.
Yeah, Sarker, I'm with you.
Like
Oh.
these massive star yards. Walk the halls, talk to the crew, maybe get talked into buying a whole new ship.
A civilian in my star yard. Let's see about getting you a proper ship. One worthy of you.
Maybe you'll dock with a gigantic battleship, like the UC Vigilance.
I just see a lot of NPCs that I won't get to talk to.
Or rub elbows with the
Just walk
galaxy's wealthy
around.
elite on a cruise ship fit for the stars.
I just see a lot of NPCs I don't get to talk to.
There are plenty of personal encounters to be had as well. You can hail any ship you come across to trade, swap info, or maybe even commit an act of piracy.
Let's do this.
When I'm playing, I generally go crazy. I definitely go like the more piracy routes. I want to take over ships. I'm gonna board ships. I'm like, this is now mine. I steal all these sandwiches and put them, in my cargo hold that I have specifically for sandwiches. I don't want to play the hero.
So
but I wanna go out
quirky.
and just start taking things from people
Sandwiches.
as quickly as possible.
Some strangers might be looking for a little human connection.
There are plenty of
in the
NPCs in real
darkness
life
of
you can talk
space.
to. I know.
Hello, stranger. I just finished cooking
I talked to a
some
lot of
food.
them. Mascot. I've talked to a lot of them.
Over, just pop on by.
90%.
Some of the best moments are the ones you discover on your own. The thing I love most about Starfield is that it is a Bethesda game through and through. It's really about going to strange new places, meeting interesting people, and getting sidetracked on zany adventures. Then realizing 2 hours later that you're involved in a completely new story.
You're human. We thought we were the only ones to leave Earth.
That DNA is so present here. It's in our random encounters, it's in our handcrafted quests, and it feels so cool to play it and just make your own path in this universe. There are over 1,000 planets out there, just waiting for you to visit. We want you to feel like explorers, breaking ground on new planets, exploring every
Guys,
inch of a mostly untouched
You told us this 1,000 times already.
We want you to feel hopeful. We want you to feel this sense of awe and wonder. And sometimes, a little fear.
You've said it 1,000 times already.
We're giving you a massive playground and a ton of toys.
Yes.
And just setting you free.
I don't know, man. Yeah.
Hey everybody, we were showing you so much stuff, but we thought we'd just take a little break and show you something a little bit different. You know, we put so much detail into our game worlds, and we love the opportunity to bring that into the real world with our collector's editions. And for this game, we've done a watch. It is the Constellation Explorer's Watch. This is the watch that you actually get in the game, and it acts as part of your HUD, where it's the compass and then environmental information. It connects to your phone to give you notifications and other information, and we've also designed this really cool case that it comes with, Istvan.
Yeah, we really took as much care in designing this case as we did the watch. Our attention to detail in the game totally translates to
I love that they had the Fallout 3 lunchbox, the one that I got and immediately broke. It just opened. It just both ends just completely came off the hinges.
Authentic Heavy comes with a Constellation patch,
Authentic Heavy.
native strap, and the overall functionality and believability of this as something that would
I
exist
still have that
in the world.
thing.
In the Starfield
It's just
universe.
immediately broke.
Hey, take this. You'll find it very useful out there, and it even tells the time.
It's not
We
a
actually
Pip-Boy, I
have something
promise.
else. Now that we're part of Xbox, we get to work with
That
the
leather bag
amazing
made it
people
cheap down
on the
Sakura,
Xbox
yes.
hardware team, and together we have created this custom limited edition Starfield controller.
Looks
It's
like a
awesome.
cool
It is
controller.
now, you know, our favorite controller.
We love this because it's
But-
inspired by the actual controls of your spaceship. And not only that,
But like, it's just a controller,
we created
guys.
the first ever custom headset with Xbox. And this is a perfect pairing with that controller.
The headphones. I just. They've said that they kept just saying the same thing. It's a big open world that you can do whatever you like. We've created so much things for you to do, and you can just do whatever you want. And you can go and do whatever you want, and you can go out and be who you are and be what you want. And just kept saying that over and over again. But like, what do you do? What do you do? What can you do? Give me something. You can be a pirate.
We always put so much
Okay,
care
like,
into all those little details.
is
that
it
breathe
just
life
shoot
into our
talk?
worlds.
Is it just shooty
But
talk?
Starfield isn't just a Bethesda Game Studios world. It's a Bethesda Game Studios galaxy. So why go this big with Starfield?
Maybe it's this example of piracy. When you randomly encounter a ship, you have an option to say, "Give me your
Freedom to
cargo."
experience both the exciting planets and the quiet ones. Scanning a planet before you land is a great way to get a sneak peek at the available resources you can use for crafting, building, and customizing.
I think what's cool about this whole system that we generate the planet itself as a procedural content, but the handcrafted content itself comes as the player explore. Our system builds the planet as the player approaches it. We stitch together a block of terrain. After that, we have the system that adds interesting locations for the player to explore,
Yeah,
creatures
just
to
like
encounter,
just like an this guy, yeah.
ore and plants to pick up. It allows us to add that touch of environmental storytelling that Bethesda is known for.
You deal with an ass little bugs being told you need to pay extra reward money for boxes that might have the gun you want. You'll play it for 5 minutes and then never touch it for 7 years when it actually works. I don't want to hate on Bethesda. Like, here's the thing, guys. I don't want to hate on Bethesda, right? Because I do think that they make really interesting games. It's just the way they present it. The way they present it is the thing that I have the issue with more than anything. It's not the game I'm criticizing. It's the way they present the game. Sakura says, I'm excited for this because I know I can do the usual Bethesda BS, which is fun. I don't care about the marketing. Yeah. Sakura, that's the thing is that, like, this is marketing, and, like, this, I hate. It doesn't feel like there's a genuine bone in their body, but that then instills with me this idea that the game isn't genuine. That like, it's supposed to, you're, like, stealing sandwiches. Stealing sandwiches is going to stay with me forever. Like, I could do that in every single Bethesda game ever. So, like, why is that? Like, oh, look at this. We stole sandwiches. I picked them up and I put them down on a chest. It's like stealing cheese. And, like, and like, I want you to tell me what's going on. you can say like, oh, you know, it's very much still Bethesda style. You shoot things, you explore things, you talk to people. They talk themselves out of the sales. Yeah, I really don't enjoy this. It's a lot of talking and not a lot of anything. Here's the biggest thing I'm excited for, says Sakura. Mods. Yeah.
Were to visit the same planet that you have,
yes.
You would have a different
Why don't they
story
talk
to
about
tell.
that? We'll have a robust mod system for you. But I bet you they don't. It makes me feel better. I get even less interested in Ubisoft games. There's about nothing. Kill these bandits until you get this MacGuffin, then do the boring mission. Yeah. It's getting to a point where that's really the case for me. Because, right, I need something different. I've been playing this game. I've been playing this game forever. This game here. For so many years. It feels so bad and robotic, it makes you wonder who the heck this promotion is aimed at. Doesn't feel like gamers unless I'm giving a lot more credit to gamers than I should. Yeah, like
harvest resources and
business
be on
people.
Your way?
This is meant to convince people that the
simply
business,
taking the views.
that the money they paid for it is worth it.
With the help of your scanner, you'll chart the uncharted and discover exotic wildlife.
If you have the skills, you can even figure out that certain creatures and plants, you can build an outpost and produce resources from those plants and animals. You can get experience and rewards for fully surveying planets and fully surveying a whole system.
When we were concepting these creatures, we really wanted to think of them as natural to the environment. We didn't want alien monsters.
Yeah, we said they talked about stealthiness earlier. Yeah, but like they're like we can go in vents. I was like, how does give us a scenario?
Exteriors, when the sun moves, all that light is calculated in real time through the atmosphere. Our biggest goal for lighting with Starfield was to make the game feel more filmic, to use lighting and color to really make it feel more cinematic.
Oh, dude, David, the Apogee stuff I saw recently, they had a game that I was like, yes. The Zelda style dungeon maker. Bolt Gun, dude, looks great. Bolt Gun looks fantastic. David, oh, absolutely. The stuff coming out of Apogee is really interesting. I don't know what it is. Oh, my mole Apogee just came back. It's doing some amazing stuff.
After some exploring, you can find a spot to set up a base camp. Outposts can be built almost anywhere on any planet.
Yeah.
And the habitat modules come in all shapes and sizes,
No
filling
Man's
all
Sky,
different
yeah.
purposes. You can even live in them.
They really,
Assign crew and companions to work at your outposts for added bonuses and set up extractors to harvest resources while you're away.
Something cool we have this time is we have a new fly cam where you can toggle between on-foot building, or you can now use a top-down isometric camera, which helps plan out larger parts of the outpost and placing those larger halves. So that way you can really plan your structures and what the overall feel of your outpost is. And then when you're on your feet, you can really decorate and fine-tune things much easier.
Hey, Wookie, that sounds amazing. Maelstrom. Awesome way, space stuff. They had a white noise gun, which is essentially knock everyone out on the craft to take over the vessel. Proteus, yeah, Sakura Proteus is good too. I don't know, man. I feel such like a downer when watching this. It's just I don't feel a soul.
Add crafting and research stations in your
I don't
outposts
feel a
to
soul.
utilize any resources you find or already have.
Let's move on. Yeah, Sakura, I think you're right. We're almost done with this. Let's move on, please. We got time's of the essence here. Sakura's tired. They added craft. Yeah, like, come on, man. All right, let's watch the PC games. Let's talk about this. It doesn't feel like there's a soul to it into Starfield. I don't feel a soul. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. And like, you should feel something. And so like, it's frustrating that it's not evoking anything. And like, that to me is hard. Wilco says, so I'm going to admit, I don't know the basic premise of Starfield. Who the heck are you and why? Wilco, you're a person who wakes up with Amnesia working for like a mining company, and then you find an alien artifact. So this secret organization employs you to help them understand it. That's it. Yeah, that's what happens. You're an amnesiac who gets works for a mining company, and you find an alien artifact, and then the secret society is like, we want to know more about this, and you touch this thing, and we want you to help us discover more. Diva says, you know what this game needs? Blow the shit out of everything. Fly to some guy's base and blow it up. Wreck some other player's ship. Just be a Klingon asshole, basically. So we'll put butts in the seat. Big Mike just says, so also a bit of Wing Commander Privateer in there as well. Yeah. And also Mass Effect. And Naoki says, I like the premise of Satisfactory more. All the other 0 other player. Yeah, it's only single player. Only single player. But like I don't feel a soul. I don't. It's like, this stuff's flashy. It's interesting. It'll make a lot of it's very that's hard. It's mainstream. It's just not mainstream. It's just generic. It's a generic audience. Not a bad thing. People are going to love it and play it, and I don't think that's wrong for folks, because everybody experiences games in a different way, and they have different criteria, and other people are at different stages of their gameplay lifespan, right? And so there are people who that is still novel to them. So it has worth. It does. And I want you to just stress, it doesn't mean it's worthless, but there are people in that stage where that is still novel. And so that makes it worthwhile for them. I'm coming from the mindset of, I've been playing games for so long now that I need something different, that it's not fulfilling those needs for me. Okay? And that's the thing. So, yeah, cue evil chess kid meme. Stop liking what I don't like. Yeah. And so I want to stress for those out there who are like, you're being too hard on this. It's like, you know what? I might be. But I'm only coming now from the perspective of, I've played a lot of games in my life. I do need something novel or different, or something that I can connect to in a way. And they weren't showing me any of that. None of it. Nothing that was showing me connection between characters, nothing showing me connection between the world, and that sort of stuff, you know? Like with something like No Man's Sky, you can connect with. And the reason as to why you can connect with No Man's Sky is because there's always this ever-present sense of there's something bigger out there than you, and it's calling to you. It's calling to you specifically, and it wants you to know that it's there. And you're always trying to figure out, well, what is this and why is this? And there's a big thing for me there. But here it's like, you found a mysterious alien artifact, and now we want you to find more. Yeah. I don't know, for me, I feel jaded by most things put out by EA, Bethesda, Activision, Bethesda, Ubisoft. If it doesn't feel soulless, it's crammed with pay to win or both. That's not always the case, but because like EA has published some games from other developers that do have a soul, that do have something really interesting and novel in it. But this stuff's not as common, I think. Nobody says, well, the premise is that there is a vast world and there's also existential dread. That's what I'm getting from this. Yeah, something like this. So let's watch the PC one. Okay, PC gaming show. It's a long one. It's like 2 hours, but we might not go through the whole thing. But it contains flashing images. Watch out, everyone. Okay, watch out. I always like Day 9.
Hey, Frankie. Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
I mean, I was just in the middle of deathmatch.
Great to hear it, Frankie. Listen, I've been thinking about the PC gaming show 2020.
Show me what you got.
And I kind of want to make a few updates.
Sure. I mean, it's already packed with world exclusives, in-depth interviews with the biggest studios, crazy good giveaways. What more can we add?
Well, look, I don't want to get into the, detail work, the minutia, the fine print, the ethically sinister motives behind true innovation. No, Frankie, what I've realized is that I can't do this show without you.
Oh, sure.
B-52's album, by the way.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, blah, blah, blah. Listen to me yapping on when there's so much to do.
I like Day 9.
I mean, we got things to
yeah, I'm with you, Sakura. I like Day 9 interviews.
Also, I brought in some new
I do like Day 9 interviews. As long as it's not a commercial interview.
And it would be so great if they could just stop by your place and little old London.
He always does the PC gaming show, Nate Wilkie, and he always does a really good job when he
I suppose
talks to the guests and stuff. When they bring people on to talk to them about the game and stuff like this, he typically does a really good job with that stuff.
Oh, hey, that's them. Ah, Frankie, let me say it again.
I didn't know who he was when I saw him, but I was like, you know what? There's something actually about this.
Please give my love to Gunther and Helga. Ah, they're great guys. Very thorough.
Bits. Okay. Bits. I don't like the bits.
Hello, are you Sean's guys?
Phil? Okay, gotcha.
Mr. Sean has many great ideas for the show.
Oh,
you are lucky to
no.
know such a man. He is a visionary.
A visionary.
He is a man with his eyes locked on.
I feel like they were like,
staring into the sun.
let's.
A majestic horse.
We like
Please.
If you like the look of Game A, then check out this world exclusive of Game B.
Devolver, and let's do Devolver.
Quiet.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Dear Frankie, thank you for your unwavering service to the PC Gaming Show. Your services will not be required this year as we pivot towards the future. No hard feelings,
how's it going?
Sean Day 9 plot, AI visionary, and all-round good guy.
AI
Son of a
visionary. Oh god, ow. That was loud. Turning it down just a little bit. That was loud. Oh my god. How are you doing, Sakanako? Welcome. Watching the shows. I haven't got to see this stuff today.
My daughter was really looking
ads!
for
Look
greater
at this.
academic challenge.
Academic challenges. Academic challenges.
Oh, hello there, everyone, and welcome to the PC Gaming Show 2023. I'm Sean Day9 Plot, and today I'm not just joining you on a tour of the finest upcoming PC games. I am standing with you on the bleeding edge of innovation.
Okay.
I've revolutionized how this show is made. Production crew, ditched them, don't need them. It's just me, my automated systems, and this one guy I've hired on work experience. Say hi, Dakota. Hey. So what does the face of the future look like? Weirdly, pretty familiar. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Suckers, there's at least 2 games that Simon and I bought that were like,
viewers.
that's a bogus game.
I am Frank AI,
I'm excited.
a virtual co-host based on professional gaming icon Frankie Ward, utilizing deep learning neural networks.
But with the Xbox stuff, I mean, there's some good stuff. There's some good stuff. Richard Iowade, Fable.
Published games media and surveyed discussion forums for the most anticipated titles. I had then constructed
Avowed looks interesting. Monkey Island Sea of Thieves. Oh my god. Yes, Monkey Island Sea of Thieves. I'm so stoked for it. Cinema. Yes, like a dragon.
Wait,
Sign me up.
Those like the jingly dancing guys from England? Are you sure
Persona
that's a real
Tactics look good.
My mistake, Sean. Morris Man is a
Still
game
Weeks Deep
concept
looks good.
devised based on a holistic
Dungeons of
survey the
Hinterberg,
most popular Steam titles. Would you like
Metaphor
me to
looked
generate
really
another?
interesting.
You know, instead,
Tower Bane was awesome.
let's just get
I want to know
things
more about
rolling,
Tower
something
Bane.
that actually exists. First up, from 11-bit studios, we return to an icy apocalypse. in
Frostpunk 2?
Frostpunk
Okay.
2.
Okay. Frostpunk's good. Like me some Frostpunk. Soccer says one of these first games really got my attention.
Do you hear it?
Yeah.
It's restless. Ambition requires men to feed upon. It also needs time.
Frostpunk is hard.
Direction. And sacrifice. But for every man who fulfills his calling, there are thousands left with nothing. It's them who knock and open the door to hell.
Explosions? For a game called Frostpunk, it's a lot of fire. It's pretty hot. 2024. Cool. I'm down. Sure. Why not? Fire bad. Frost good. Punk even better. Teardown. Okay. Okay. Voxel penises, yes. What a strange, like, they're like running around blowing things up, and now they're like voxel bananas. So this is like a kind of a voxel Gary's Mod kind of thing. Oh, okay. Creative mode for teardown. I see. Cool.
Hey, check it out. I don't even need to write my own script for this show anymore. All right, wait. All right. Up next, we've got a pile of fresh previews for the most visceral, immersive PC releases coming our way, featuring visceral combat and immersive exploration, visceral landscapes and immersive storytelling. Fans of immersion? Yeah, it kind of just keeps going on like this. So I think it just needs a little bit more fine-tuning.
Oh, no.
Until that point, let's just go ahead and dive right into our next previews with Nivalis, Jumplight Odyssey, and Road to Vostok.
Ooh, Road to Vostok. Ooh.
There's a city you see when you close your eyes. Are they closed?
No.
What do you see?
Bananas.
Open your eyes.
It's not bananas.
Nivalis.
Oh, this is one that's a bogus game, isn't it? This is a bogus game. I know this one.
You've been here before.
I know this one.
That was just.
Oh, that's next. This is one that's literally just exists in the space.
This is your
Yeah.
apartment.
Yeah. This is. I know this one.
The sounds of the nightclubs nearby are the heartbeat of the city. The street food.
Big Mike Show. It's day 9. He's actually really good. His bits are terrible, but he's really good at interviews. He really is like genuinely charismatic, but his bits are terrible. I want this. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Nivalis is a
Yes.
city in the clouds.
Yes.
But you
Let's
can't make a rainbow without
let's
a
just
little
exist in the world.
rain. Like most things in life, it's best to start at the bottom and work your way up. It's not so bad down here. We can go fishing. Take
Yes.
a boat ride.
Yes.
Soak up the atmosphere.
Yes. All of this.
And
Yes.
Don't worry too much about the serial killer on the loose.
That's fine.
I'm sure we'll never meet him.
Never meet him. I'll be fine.
I can even help you run your new business venture.
Yes, do that,
A
please.
noodle stand.
I want a noodle
With a
stand.
little work. There's no limits to how high you'll climb.
Yes. Noodle Empire.
Don't look down.
Oh, God, ads. Don't mind the ads. God, help us. Skip those ads. Tell me more about my Noodle Empire.
As your digital
Staff and
companion,
working schedule. Yes, I
can
like
help
this.
you navigate the complex relationships with my personality
dude.
matrix. Business partners, friends,
Yes.
rivals, enemies, maybe even lovers. It's all about saying the right thing at the right time. Your choices
Yes.
matter. So
Yes.
choose carefully.
Let me just live in this
There's a
space.
city you see when you close your eyes. It's called Nivalis. Consider this your invitation.
Yeah, Nivalis. Yeah. Welcome to Nivalis. Yeah, I already knew about Nivalis, but I'm happy to see more. I like this. I've been aware of Nivalis for a while because I was very excited about it. It's a me game.
Princess, the Zetopans will be in our system any minute.
But they're not here yet.
Oh.
Prepare defenses.
Upgrading our engine capabilities. Engineering.
This is Sakura's. Yeah,
Turbine warship in system.
I see
Don't lose
this.
hope now. Red alert!
Blast doors sealed.
Whoa.
Jump light report.
Jump light calibration almost complete, Your Highness. Incoming Zetopans.
So it's kind of like Faster Than Light meets kind of Homeworld. Evil Genius meets Faster Than Light. There you go, Sakura. Yes.
They're coming on deck.
Combat division, handle those boarders. ETA on jump.
Jump light in 5, 4,
I like it.
3,
That's cool.
2, 1.
Not today, Voltan.
Yeah, I'm with you, Manamol. Like, I think that looks incredibly fun. I will not enjoy the game, but I think that it's incredibly fun. It looks so good. Oh, this is this whatchamacallit? Yeah. Oh, maybe not. I was gonna say this is Stalker, but it's not. Okay. Yeah, this is Z. Yeah, I see this being like Daisy and stuff like this, right? Is it multiplayer? Tarkov, yeah. Yeah. Tarkov. Monomo. ZZZ? What is that? Are you secretly Canadian, sir? I'm Michigan, so technically yes.
Upcoming games in the next 30 minutes include Path of Exile 2, the full Ferocious trailer, Age of Sigmar, Realms of Ruin, and Citizen Sleeper 2, Starward Vector. Failure to keep watching will lead to a personal
Citizen
failure.
Sleeper?
Lies of P, the Pinocchio Bloodborne-like game, is just a couple months off, and it's got me thinking, what other untapped literary veins are just waiting to be gamified?
I can generate a list of game concepts,
Yeah.
pairing underutilized classic literature and an appropriate
They will
style
get
of
lies
gameplay.
of the letter P because it's a Pinocchio Bloodborne.
We want to keep costs down.
Of course, Sean. Concept 1. Great Expectations, Dirt Bike Racer.
Yes. Sign
I
me
know
up for
what the
Great
market is
Expectations
for
to
that.
Bike Racer.
Next.
Concept 2. Sense and Sensibility, VR Shooter.
Yes.
Sweet Jane Austen's bonnet. No.
Yes.
Next.
Concept 3. Oliver Twist. Please, sir, may I have some more?
It's artful, but a little problematic. I mean, why don't you just throw something together like a Metroidvania based on the Christmas Carol?
I'm afraid you're too late, Sean, but perhaps you'd be interested in Ebenezer and the Invisible World.
Are you kidding? Is she kidding? She's not kidding.
That's like a bad way to present that. Oh, we're using this joke, and now let's do this one. That your game is a joke. Okay. Ebenezer Vania. What? Bob Cratchit, the strongman? Tiny Tim? I evoke the spirit of Tiny Tim! What is it? What? What is happening? Symphony of the Scrooge? Like...
There's nothing more powerful
Ads!
than you.
Oh my god, there's nothing more
Making
powerful
your
than
thing
me.
happen.
Thank you.
Really?
Oh my god, thank you, ads. Thank you. Scroogeophony of the night? Hey, you know what? I'm down. I'm not gonna yuck that yum. I'm not gonna yuck that yum. It's something. It is a unique thing. I'm down with it. was bursting into stone. I think I saw this already. I saw this in... Did we see some of this somewhere? I remember the people bursting into stone. Oh, you don't need an Xbox for this one, Kuno. This is PC Gaming Show, baby. This is all PC. Again, there's just so much going on. So much going on. That's right, Warhaven. I saw this, yeah. Some RTS going on here. Bring back some RTS. What is this? Neville says the problem with showing everything is that you don't get to focus on the gameplay one time. Exactly, it's true. Very CNC inspired. Yeah, this is old school. If this isn't a remake of something, this is a unique thing. I love it because of the aesthetic, right? I love that aesthetic. There was a game I saw a trailer for and I was like, oh man, that looks so awesome. I was like, oh, it looks so like 90s. I was like, oh, it's from the 90s. It was the 90s game. That's cool. Dwarf. Cool. It is new. That's awesome. Go play Dwarf.
Looks phenomenal.
I don't play
Frank
RTS
AI
games,
is a
but
mind birth from
Dwarf looks
everything
great.
ever written about video games. I'm sure you've got an interesting take on it. What are your thoughts?
Sean, Dwarf isn't just about strategic balance of resource scarcity in military industry. It's a game about the human condition, about our shared struggle against a cold and uncaring universe.
That's pretty moving sentiment there, Frankie. Hey, what about Warhaven?
Warhaven isn't just about clashing swords and moments of magic heroism. It's a game about the human condition, about our shared struggle against a cold and uncaring universe.
Well, some wisdom bears repeating, right? And while I go sort out some unrelated gremlins in Frank AI's procedural critique, let's see a game with its own gremlins to sort out, preferably with a shotgun.
Okay.
These creatures infernal, these perils eternal. Lord, heal me.
Sulfur.
Free me.
What the? Playing little cartoon goblins with like, dear Lord, grant me the strength to destroy these cartoon goblins. Yes, Manuel, exactly, yes. I'm glad they are taking the piss out of AI Tech Bros. Cousin, so I'm guessing this is like a 666. What is this? Too much loot for me, but I don't. Frog monster, but with goblins? Yeah. Pyroclasm. It has identity, it's true. Huh. Huh. Alright. See, that's also the thing, right? Sulfur is not going, we are going to change the way you play everything. With our greatest revolutionary design style. You can do anything and be anything. I love me
Thank you for believing in me.
You know I love me some
Together,
like
we'll
low
make it
res.
the best shop the island's ever seen.
Oh God, Spectrum! Don't buy this. Don't buy this.
And now is the
Oh
time
God,
to switch.
skip.
Nice work. Keep this up and you'll be running your own shop. Maybe your own district.
Angerfoot, Nate Wilkie, yes. Angerfoot's awesome.
Who sent you? You will regret working for the Outlaws.
I kind of dig that more. Sail Blazers, I kind of dig it. I kind of dig it. I kind of dig it.
Can't you feel the love in the air? We're going out on a date.
This is horny school. Horny school end of the world.
Told her. What are you gonna do?
Breaking news. A mysterious infection continues to spread across the globe.
Horny school end of the world. Yeah.
The infected, the wall.
The song was about you. Your smile. Your warmth.
Yeah, you have all your anime teenage waifus that give you power-ups.
I have to go.
No,
defeating him now might make the wall fall on top of us.
But I can teach you a couple of things too, you know.
No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm not a horny teenager or a horny 30-year-old man. Thank you.
I want to wake up.
There goes my arm. Give me a blowjob.
I love you.
Save your date. Save the date. Save the world.
Eternice there, showing us that love is never simple.
No.
Especially in the middle of an apocalypse.
I'm sorry, Sakura.
You know, I sometimes get a little misty
Sorry,
myself
Sakura.
about a simpler time. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love modernity. And sure, big tech's done some stumbling. I bet Mark Zuckerberg's probably a little lonely in the Matrix. But all I'm saying
This is why I love you, the commentary. I'm sorry.
Medieval times when we were plowing our own fields. And
I
treating
hate
everything with leashes,
fan service.
not buying 8 pictures with
I don't
weird
like fan
electric
service,
money.
man.
Luckily, though, video games can bring the medieval fantasy to life. To find out how, I had Frank AI activate her new reporter drone. Oh, it's designed to identify, question, and report back on the work of leading game developers. And don't worry, technically speaking, it's completely legal. I mean, this little guy's even got a selfie light. It's like kind of cute in like a friendly panopticon kind of way. Little RD has flown itself all the way out to Helsinki, Finland to meet the team behind the highly anticipated medieval must-play, PAX Day. Let's take a look.
You ever seen this before? The drones. Send in the drones. Yeah.
My name is Reynir Harðarson, and I'm the game director for
PAX Day.
It's an open
It's
world
the MMO.
fantasy game in
It's
a
an
living,
MMO.
breathing world which we can call home, where it's teeming with life.
Yeah, I've talked about PAX Day
mysteries,
before.
and it's for you to explore. Imagine yourself if you are living in
No, it's not the
12th or
MMO.
13th century Europe. It's a very different reality. You know, it's where knowledge has
okay.
been lost and it's getting rediscovered. It's where
thought
magic
PAX Day
truly
was the
exists
MMO.
and ghosts exist and the myths are real. And
Yeah.
this is kind of the inspiration we take to build. It's basically going back to the
I've seen the
roots of
trailer
what
for PAX Day
fantasy
earlier.
is and building a
Not this
fantasy
one.
world based on real world mythologies.
I
So we
don't
go
know,
very much
man.
into the roots. So we're using a lot of
I don't know,
medieval literature and medieval bestiaries and grimoires, using real world magic, actual recipes for healing and ointments, and using the real world magical properties of plants.
I'm Shokara. I'm the Chief Product Officer
Yeah,
at
can I
Mainframe Industries.
see the game though, guys?
So
Because you
PAX
guys
Day,
did
maybe
the same
way to
thing
explain would
before.
be, imagine you're in this amazing, beautiful world. It's huge. And
Yeah.
you find yourself in a forest, and your mission is to find a plot
4 where you start building a home, and from that home you will go on to adventures to explore the world. So with the lore,
they have a safe central hub area, and then once you go out of that safe central, it's all real player housing, real world player housing.
Actually not a direct copy of like any
and
history.
They talk about like
so there's multiple types of ruins. There's the dungeons,
the intricate procedural generated details on armor and weaponry.
From the eras when these were created in the game itself. And part of the like lore and mystery is also part in the gameplay itself. So you will be able to like find and examine things, and actually then find snippets that help you find other places and make items in the game itself. And the area of the game that you will be able to play when the game launches is
where it's going,
Italia, and it's very similar to the areas of the world in southern France, with the influences from the Nordics where we're from. So what we're building is, we're calling it the social sandbox. We're putting the least amount of barriers to entry on how you can actually interact with other players. Where most MMOs actually put a lot of blocks in how you can cooperate with the other players, and we're fundamentally different. So from the first minute when you start playing the game, you will be able to do everything you imagine with the other players. So you can trade, other people can actually help you. You can literally go onto a like dungeon raid from the very beginning of like you starting the journey in the game, should you find people who actually help you to do that. What we want to create an environment that actually really incentivizes people to play the game the way they like. And for some, actually like just going out to the wood and like cutting down the forest is something that gives you a sense of achievement, because you know the coal that you're helping to produce actually is valuable for the guild. Some people will absolutely prefer to just go to the dungeons. They couldn't care less about the coal production, but these players will still depend on each other. Where there's valuables to bring from the dungeon, there's valuables to bring from the forest, and even the PvP players, they will be able to produce items that are
but it's open world free
PvP. For the PvP, but they will depend on the other
outside of
players
the
as well.
safe hub.
Introducing the Grip 6 belt, the only belt on the market with a no gut pinch guarantee.
Yeah, no gut pinch guarantee. That's great. So like yeah, so it's open world PvP Sakura, except for the social hub area, and it's real world player housing. You have to create the space. The NPCs don't have a role. There's no NPCs.
By real world folklore and fairy tales.
There's little to no NPCs.
Course, the
all that.
Caveat that
there's starter NPCs to like buy stuff from.
Literally real. The interesting thing about folklore throughout the ages is
I do too, Sakura, but it's
are actually start out as true stories,
outside of the social hub.
It's
destroyable,
and that's the distinction between the two. Folklore
have a good night, David. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend.
Or spirits or some supernatural things, but in the eyes of the people, you know, during those times, this is reality. This is real. Ghosts are real, and you know, this is not disputed as, you know, any fantasy. And this is what we want to reflect. So when you're walking in the forest during night, you will find these things. You will find ghosts. You will find the spirits of, you know, of the past. And the deeper you go, the more mysterious and strange it becomes.
Yeah, I just need to know what the world is and its rules and what it is you're discovering. If it's just like, hey, there's dungeons and you fight monsters, it's like I need something. I need some of the world building. I need the world building.
Any existential anxiety with my
but like what I see with it, like showing you all these great views, and like that landscape looks empty. There's trees, but like there's nothing there. Like that to me isn't engaging or interesting. So it's like, here's this big open world where you can now gather all these resources to then build your own cities, and I'm like, no, I'm hard out now at this point. Like, for an MMO at least, right? Like I'm great with that in small scale online games. So I don't know. It just, like, they keep talking about these mysteries, and I'm like, well, give us a little something about what that mysteries entail. Like, what does that mean? You know, what does that mean? Yeah, moving on. Kart racing. I'm sorry, Sakura, if I sound like I'm being down. Racing Royale, dude, sign me up. I know that sounds weird, but yeah, sign me up. Go-kart, kart racing battle royale. I looked down. Yeah. I'm looking for something different, exactly. Not all these things have to be for me. I want to stress this. That's also the case. Not all things have to be for me. Cool. I think they're like. I think we need more game genres that have battle royale to them. Am I weird for that? Yes.
For Mars Horizon 2, The Search for Life, the art team is looking to balance style and authenticity
Wow.
to faithfully
I
represent
like the
all
outfit.
the incredible vehicles used in space exploration.
Players will see familiar rocket launches and a host of historical missions, past, present, and future. The design team have consulted with many space industry professionals to make sure that the gameplay reflects how it feels to be on the front line of exciting interplanetary discoveries. Go to MarsHorizon2.com to sign up to our mailing list to be the first to play
Love
the
the
game.
outfit, very 80s
We have
NASA,
an alpha
exactly.
on the horizon.
Frankie, I cannot tell you how excited I am to see Path of Exile 2 in action. You know, being something of a Path of Exile veteran myself.
Path of Exile 2 looks really cool.
What?
Your Path of Exile playtime falls well below the community average.
But the time isn't what matters in that game.
I'm also analysing your chosen character builds in recent leaks and...
No, my build wasn't meant to be
they're
a bundle.
producing some troubling DPS simulation.
Fascinating. Fascinating, Frankie, but let's not keep the good people waiting. Let's
Below
roll
the community
tape.
average,
Path of Exile 2.
51,335.
If that Zeri could see this now. Ugh, disgusting.
Yeah, 0.3.
Creatures.
I love like that they had that lightning effect on the ground and stuff like this. Is really cool. They're really cool. I like the environments. I like the view. I like it still being this kind of the isometric top-down panned way out.
The stench. It's getting worse.
Oh, the sagging boobs. Sucker, I'm with you. Looks nicer than Diablo 4. It's grotesque. I'm down for a man. I liked Path of Exile 1. I got to alpha test the game. It was really fun. A poo golem. Tiny build? Okay.
Yo, listen up.
Oh.
For all you pretend rappers. Internal combustion engine
Oh god. The ads.
Hey everyone, my name is Leo and I'm the lead developer of the new action-adventure game Ferocious. I began working on Ferocious a few years ago, with the idea of creating a first-person shooter in a timeless Lost World type of setting, combining over-the-top action with exploration and a sense of wonder. We were always inspired by mysterious places frozen in time, that you may have seen in movies like King Kong and Jurassic Park. We aim to marry the setting and unique gameplay opportunities with classic first-person shooter mechanics, similar to early installments of franchises like Far Cry and Crysis.
Yeah.
The flexibility of the Unity engine allows us to create unique solutions to some of the environmental features, such as custom water effects and realistic vegetation.
Dude, I can feel my computer chugging.
Use a mix of photo-scanned and handcrafted assets to create a world both scary and beautiful.
Give me a boob health tracker. Yes, Sakura,
However,
yes.
there are some things waiting for you in the jungle that we couldn't find any real-world references for.
I'm down.
So we had to improvise.
I'm down. I like dinosaur games. And like he explains it, right? It's like, hey look, we're inspired by like old school Far Cry, like OG Far Cry, and that sort of stuff like that makes sense. It looks fun. It looks interesting. It's early, but like, cool.
Welcome to Islands of Insight, an epic shared world puzzle adventure game set in a world of fantasy, ancient wonders, and natural beauty.
Okay.
Brimming with mysterious puzzles, secrets, and sublime landscapes for you and other players to discover, alone or together, all at your own pace.
No, it looks more like it's not quite Myst. It's kind of more like like Seventh Guest Online. Like it looks like the puzzles are very Seventh Guest, which is not a bad thing.
On a journey of knowledge.
It's not a bad thing.
Explore every corner of
You got me. Yeah, I'm already down. I'm already in. I'm locked in.
Solve
yep.
every puzzle you find.
Sign me up. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Savor
Look, sure your puzzles can be very kitschy puzzles. That's fine. It doesn't have to. You know what? I get to do it with friends.
Challenges to face, new areas to explore, and fantastic rewards to collect.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm down. Get to play with friends.
Insight,
Sure.
a beautiful realm of tranquility and adventure awaits you.
There's something about
Embark on the path of discovery.
like adventure puzzle games where the puzzles are like unrelated to the world, and it's like, hey, this place looks nice and it's kind of cool, and you just get to explore with friends, and you're like, all right, I'm down. Sure, sign me up. This, by the way, looks a little bit like Journey to Heaven. It looks a little Journey to Heaven. I'm like, oh god. Yeah, I'm down. Yes, of course. Oh, Wish Ledger. Wait, what was it called?
I
What was
might
that?
only have an old-fashioned analog neural network, but I'm going to risk some data analysis of my own.
Line up from a
Those
specific
Dark Souls
location.
games
Yeah.
seem like a big deal, huh? Luckily, while From Software is taking a
Yeah,
recess to
give
work
it a
on
text
giant
parser and then
robots,
you got my dream game
Hexworks
there.
is stepping in with a fresh supply of very depressed knights with very big swords. Coming this October, here's your latest look at Lords of the Fallen.
Oh yeah.
In Lords of the Fallen, you'll explore two parallel worlds. The land of the living, where demonic knights and hulking monsters are trying to murder you, and the spooky Umbral Plane, where the ghosts of those creatures are trying to super murder you. Using the latest Unreal 5 technology, developer Hexworks has layered these realities directly on top of each other, allowing you to portal to the Umbral Plane at will.
Yeah.
Just try not to die in there.
Oh jeez.
In the spirit of the Dark Souls games, failure
Yeah.
will be
Feel like you're not
punished.
making Bloodborne in 2. We'll make Bloodborne 2.
Adventuring in dungeons? Any idiot could do that.
You're right.
But managing an evil dungeon? Now we're talking elite. The Dungeon of Nalbuck is
Yeah.
feared throughout the lands of Fang. It is an avant-garde evil
Yes.
structure, combining tradition and disruptive innovation.
Yes.
And it's looking for its new steward.
Yes.
Of course, we have the most trained and prepared guards, the most efficient
Yes.
staff, the most devious monsters,
Dungeon
and the
Simulator?
most attractive treasures.
Yes.
Wait, we're on camera? But wait, there's more.
It's fine.
We have state-of-the-art
Dungeon
production
Keeper hasn't been Dungeon Keeper for a long time.
B2C processes, and an efficient waste recycling system. Our underlings, employees, can fully express themselves thanks to our committed HR management and peaceful social dialogue.
Yeah,
and can
I'm
enjoy
down.
the use of clean, safe premises.
Hey,
don't
2-point
film
dungeon.
that, or you'll be the one cut into shreds on the editing floor. As a steward, your main task will be to make the dungeon functional and attractive to adventurers, so they'll want
Yeah,
to come here
I'm down.
to get
I'm down.
slaughtered and humiliated. To
Yeah.
achieve that, you'll have
Yeah.
access to guards, traps, and hexes. You'll also get to organize raids
Yeah.
in nearby areas to provide me with treasures
Keeper
and relics.
RL.
Thanks to
Kuno.
your
What's
boundless
that?
devotion, I, Zangdar, will become the greatest warlock of the lands of Fang. Looking for a job that gives meaning to
Yeah.
your life? Makes the
This looks
world
like
a
2 Point
better
Hospital
place.
to Dungeon Keeper.
Then buzz off.
Like,
But if you're
yeah.
organized, servile, sneaky, and enjoy a positive work atmosphere, come take your chance. I'll be waiting for you in my office.
Dungeon Master. That's cool. I'm down with it.
Introducing
Oh
the
my
Hide and
God.
Seek from Belroy. A traditional wallet on the outside, it hides a few tricks on the
Yeah, I
あな
want
た
to hear
の
which
ことは
tricks.
しっかりと見てるわよ、探偵さん。
Ooh.
何せあなたにはこの世界を
Yeah,
変え
look
て
at
しま
this.
うよ
Okay,
う
I
な
realize I
特
can play
別な
maybe
力があ
one
る
or
の
two
だ
a
から
year.
私に協力しなさい。あなたの才は貴重よ。
like-
短い人生だもの。使わない手はないでしょう。時は刻一
Mariachi
刻と過ぎていくわ。
The Japanese and Mariachi
Game
Legends
Legends
is
is
strange. Cool. La sombra. Santería. Ay, Dios mío. Pablo, el vértice. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, mi corazón. They were like 2D Metroidvania meets, Hades. Like, cool. Meets
programming
Guacamelee.
included a gunfight / dance sequence to promote Mariachi Legends, but your heavy breathing is indicative of exhaustion, panic, or that you are currently entering childbirth.
No. Don't worry about anything.
down.
Systems
Looks
are
fantastic.
a go. Our schedule is just packed with so many games.
I understand, Sean. I'll provide assistance. Notification. Day 9 has been updated to day 10.
What?
Oh,
You
snap.
just can't replace me. Like, roll the system update back. I don't want whatever this is.
I'm sorry, Sean, but support has been discontinued for older
Cool,
versions.
bro.
What?
What's up, Day 9? I'm Day 10, the latest software version of popular gaming host Day 9.
The consequences of my actions.
Hello, I am Frank AI.
What's up, Frank AI? I'm Day 10,
So,
the latest
Hello,
software
I am
version.
Frank
I
AI.
suspect they're going to be at this for a while, so let's just
Wow.
go ahead and fire up
Oh
a trailer
my
for a
God.
strategy game. Age of Sigmar Realms of Ruin while I do some strategizing of my own. Dakota, start unplugging things. I'll just tell you when to stop. Just pull it.
Hello, I am Frank AI.
Wow.
Commander, there is the stench of death about this place. Not just from the Oryx.
Death comes for everyone. Eventually.
Fantasy Warhammer.
Except us.
That was I don't have it written down. It was really good though.
Fortify our position. We must claim this swamp.
Yeah, dude, we need more Fantasy Warhammer. I'm done with Warhammer 40k or whatever. I mean, not that it's bad or anything, but just like, I like more Fantasy Warhammer.
think it's time for a fight, boys. Protect the bastion. We need the loot. Let's flash to a corpse. They always go.
Aiden, I will take the fight to the Auric Warlord. You hold here.
That's cool.
Fate conspires against us both.
Not fate. Duty.
Get him!
Interesting. Yeah. That's kind of like an RTS, like how I see this, like a Dynasty Warriors, but RTS, like the overall map and the zones you have to control and all that stuff, but RTS instead of the hack and slash. That's cool. Wake up, sleeper. Citizen Sleeper 2. Curious.
No, get out! They haven't finished it!
Oh, Sleeper's finished, aren't you? We had a deal, Sleeper, and yet, here you are, risking it all to try and break our contract to end your dependence.
Just wanted to use them, you piece of shit!
Nothing wrong with being a tool in a time of crisis. There's a war on, and while it rages, well, there's opportunity. I thought you were an opportunity sleeper, desperate, on the run, a hard worker with certain needs. I met your needs. I gave you a crew, lent you a ship, even hooked you up with a contract or two. And yes, I took my share. But that only seems fair. I invested in you. But then, you went and did this. And now, you don't need this. And I don't need you anymore either.
Make your summer special.
Oh my gosh, make your summer special with the Kia.
With a dependable SUV or a powerful sedan.
Oh, really? Look at all these. Whoa, look at this. Oh, get those pants. Get those pants,
Sleeper,
everybody.
go! Now!
Get
To
those
the
pants.
ship.
Don't buy a Kia. Don't get those pants. What are we gonna do for Citizen Sleeper 2? Yeah, well, I mean, they will get. This is the sequel to the original Citizen Sleeper, which was really good. It was kind of a adventure, almost like a tabletop adventure. Roll dice and had a dice pool of that you could pull from to do actions throughout the whole day, and kind of a time management. It was actually really good.
I
highly
have
recommend
no
it.
official case of death by FOMO anywhere on the internet. However, I would not suggest risking being the first case. Failure to watch the next section of this show would result in you missing amazing new content from Dread Pilots, Miasma Chronicles, Pathfinder Gallows Bar Survivors, and Parcel Core. But first, here's Critter Cove.
I guess here you go. Boink. Copy. Boink. 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 There you go. Tiny build again. Looks like a My Time in Porsche C. Aww. Tucker says that was my thought, yeah. Mariachi Legends. Thank you, Niwoki. It really does. Big time Sakura. Critter Cove. That's cute. I like it.
If there was an award for being unbearably
yeah, kind of in.
while also being unbearably fun, there is no question. It would be down to the wire between Critter Cove and yours truly. I mean, it's a strong matchup, but please, clear winner.
After 3,411 simulated contests, I predict Critter Cove's probability of victory at over 99%.
But now is when you start fact-checking now? Well, while AI might not have mastered the subtle art of ego boosting, it's already powering new ways to play. By teaming up human storytelling with AI assistants, the team over at Hindor have developed a generative spin on pen.
What is happening?
It is so tantalizingly
Let's make fun of AI and how stupid it is. But here's an AI assisted game.
To check in on the project.
Have an AI assisted game. Pay the bills.
Hidden Door is a role-playing game where you and your friends come together. You can play in any world you choose. You create your characters, and then together you decide what kind of story you're gonna have. So the idea would be you've just read a book, you can't get it out of your head. Now you can go and play your own story adventure in the world of that book that you're directing within the rules and the canon that the author has set and confirmed with a generative AI narrator. The way it works is that you come in, you choose the world you want to play in. Right now we have the Wizard of Oz, many more exciting worlds to come. You create your character, you decide the kind of adventure you're gonna have by playing out of your deck of story cards. And then the system creates a unique story adventure for you. And then you can do anything you want. It takes a lot of the joys of playing a tabletop role-playing game and brings them into a digital format. And as you play, you see a graphic novel come together dynamically based on what you choose to do and how the world and the story reacts to you. It's like an improv show where even though you might play the same cards, you get a different, unique story every time. So you throw words in, it comes up with suggested things you might do, you pick something, and then it reacts to you. And then along
even
with
as someone who's
our
played a
AI
shitload of
narrator,
TTRPGs, I don't want this at all.
Say, the game master, you can go on any adventure you want, and you can do anything.
Jump to conclusions.
The system and the story
I feel how you
will
look.
continue based on your choices. At Hidden Door, we are working with authors and folks who make some really exciting TV shows and other media to bring those worlds into the platform.
They'll be announcing more collaborators with authors soon, which means that we're using this as a pitch to get people to sign on us.
Which you can think of as more relationship.
We've got the Wizard of Oz, but look at that. But we want you to lend us your franchise and scan all your books.
While there may be a million Star Wars games,
Kuno, I am very anti-AI and AI assisted stuff. There's some instances where I find that that's acceptable,
that you want to become,
but not
say,
like
the
this.
governor of Tatooine. You can do that.
I'm not an AI person. I mean, fun in games.
You're able to meaningfully alter the plot of the entire world in a way that was never pre-written or pre-scripted. There's no limit to the number of characters you might encounter, the locations, or the stories you can tell.
It's never good when you are using it as narrative tool.
Today you can play Hidden Door anywhere you can access the web. So you can play on desktop, you can play on your mobile device, you can play on a tablet.
Well, why don't you show us an example of the game you're playing instead of just I didn't understand a word she said. Look, just play the game, I guess, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's a game for people who use Macs. Oh my god, Nate Wilkie, yes. That's true. This is a game for people who use Macs. Okay. It doesn't randomly choose if you did it or not. No. Manuel says, this makes me kind of sad. Who knew that, right? That my fun in games reaction to show one of these things makes me sad. Oh my god, it is unplugged my headphone.
Speaking of winning, you too can achieve victory with the PC Gaming Show Battle Pass.
Yeah, cool, that's not mine.
Bonuses as you level up your viewer rank or upgrade to a gold tier pass for only $9.99.
What are you doing?
I'm incorporating lucrative live service techniques to maximize the show's profitability.
And now we're going to show you a game that uses the same thing.
With a gold tier pass, viewers can earn exclusive rewards, like viewing the show's trailers 1.5 seconds early and boosters for viewer rank experience.
Look, I admire the initiative, but I think for now, let's just go ahead and table streams as service.
Sadly, major production decisions are only accessible for those who've reached viewer rank 80. You can, however, unlock immediate access with 1,800 Sean points, purchasable for $9.99.
You made show production a Battle Pass reward? Is anyone close to unlocking that?
Killzor 69
Yeah,
Blazes has
right?
just achieved
No.
viewer rank 58.
You're not wrong.
Oh, God. Okay. Dakota, find my wallet. And for now, let's check out a new dungeon crawler from the Don't Starve devs at Klei Entertainment. Here's
Okay.
your first look at Dread Pilots.
Yeah, Sakura, I'm with you. I'm with you. Like that cat thing they just showed that example was not interesting. Okay. Roger Volko's space janitor. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I like the top-down perspective. I get very heavy, like, Armada vibes from the Dreamcast. I like the top-down. Minimal says, it's weird that Space Quest has come up in my life twice in 24 hours. What was the other time? Tell me more. Space Quest is a fantastic game. Dread Pilots, cool. I dig it. I'm down.
You've harnessed your glove's power, and now you want to find me.
Gotta find Mama.
You don't know what's making the miasma angry, and it's spreading across America.
I have, Sakura.
This once great nation into a lethal wasteland.
You gotta help these people.
I gotta play that Space Quest 3 3D remake at some point. I dig the perspective and the tactics. I didn't dig the weird, like, now that you've harnessed your power, I gotta find Mama.
You will break through the wall and find me. And if you do, maybe I will tell you my secret. The revelations must be earned.
Mine more, I like the janky robot fight at the end, yes.
Pilots, or you might leave a miasma worthy of a chronicle. Hey, that's pretty good. That's good stuff.
Thank you, Text Generation. Coming up, secret facilities,
And-
bioweapons development, zombie experimentation. It's all under the corporate umbrella in this management sim. And you
Miasma,
are
it's in the
evil
air.
CEO.
Come on, easy tagline,
Can't blame
easy.
you for diversifying. That's just good business sense. Let's take a look at Undead Inc.
Then at the game at world premiere.
And now, it's with great pleasure I introduce one of Enswell Medical's biggest success stories, Director Colin.
Thank you, and welcome to all of you who are starting your own franchises.
Ooh.
Today I'm here to talk about building a thriving business. My apologies. There has been a development that requires my immediate attention.
Director Coleman, sir, we're hearing...
Whatever your concerns may be, I'm handling it. Now, tend to your patients.
Future zombies. What if there are zombies
Structural integrity
in the
power
future?
hanging in there, sir. Extent of the outbreak unknown. Next move, Director.
Tell your men ETA 5 minutes.
All right.
Wait, don't shoot. Director Coleman. Hey, man, sir.
Are you okay?
I got a little bitten, but I'm hanging in there, Director. I'm all good. They have a cure upstairs, right?
Sure. Head back up. There is a shot with your name on it.
Thanks, man. I mean, I was worried for a second there that
Oh.
Do you mind? I'm trying to run a business here. Janine, get the marketing team and those rookies back on the line in 10. Oh, and an espresso.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And Janine, can I get something from my head?
Of course, Director.
Name brand only. Not our stuff. Quality control issues downstairs.
Huh. Huh. Team 17, okay. Interesting. What if Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but also zombies and cyberpunk? No idea what that game is. Yeah. Alright. Sure. Is it an action game? Is it a sim game? Like what? We're just going right into this, alright. Yo, the animation. This is my jam right here. Dude, sign me up. Altered Alma, a space opera Metroidvania. What does a space opera mean? What does that mean?
Okay, hey, look. I've been looking through Frank AI's data log, and I found a file named Confidential, Game Trailer 44, codename Omicron Delta November, _final, parenthesis, final, and parenthesis 2.0, _revised.mp4. Now, it's important not to lose the trust of your AI assistant, so let's just watch it really quick.
Altered Alma look cool. Mm-hmm. Remix. No. We're just gonna. Oh, good. Thank you. Saved me, ad. The ad saved me.
Gucci guilty.
We're just gonna mute that. I'm down. Put the party in hyperdrive. Ooh. 4-player. That looks fantastic. Subgenre science fiction that emphasizes space warfare with use of melodramatic, risk-taking space adventures. Okay, I can move on. Relationships and chivalric romance. Ooh.
Because I want to understand it someday. Or at least find as many answers as possible.
Cool. Space adventure. I like that space is getting grittier. Pandora's stars like a space opera. Interesting to read. I think it's. I'll have to read it. What'd you think of it, Sakura?
So,
is it more kind of walking simulator, quote unquote? This looks cool. I like this.
Not every mission ends in success, Doctor. We have to save what we can.
Save. Gritty space is way more interesting, exactly.
We have to destroy it. Even if it means destroying
I'm down with that, Sakura. I'm down with that. It doesn't have to have complex mechanics. It says it's an interesting story. And it looks very visually striking. I like it. I dig it. The Invincible. Cool.
Coming up, we'll see a theme park builder that's only days away. Releasing on PC later this week, Park Beyond is a spiritual successor to classics like Roller Coaster Tycoon, Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, Roller Coaster Magnate 9, Roller Coaster Altair 27, and Roller Coaster God Emperor 40,000.
Okay, let's not go off the rails.
God Emperor 20,000, yeah.
As fun as the carnival is, we all know the games aren't the most balanced, because basically, carnies are OP. Luckily for you, our prizes are so much easier to win. Let's take a look at Park Beyond.
Okay.
Do you perceive the invisible thread that connects us to each other? The emotions that unite us
Power Wash Simulator. There you go.
Realizing it? The desire to move forward, to surpass our limitations, to take on challenges greater than ourselves. All these feelings make us Visioneers. Visioneers are architects who are dedicated to making their childhood dreams a reality, empowered to achieve the impossible. Architects who want to offer the world their most beautiful memories. Free spirits in search of adventure and new challenges.
I like me some
indelible moments of amazement
theme park sims.
And laughter with those we love. Become a Visioneer. Go beyond the fun.
What was the kid doing with that controller? Why was he swinging it around? And there was the dad trying to push buttons, and he's like, "No, Dad, no, stop it! It's my roller coaster. I want to just see." No. What was happening there? Generic
As an AI, I have
controller
no need for
movement.
material possessions. But good news! PC Gaming Show viewers can take advantage of the following promotional contest by following the instructions on the screen. If this product and or service stimulates your orbital cortex, follow the instructions on the screen.
That's a weird way of presenting that. Lawnmowing simulator, nice. Paizo, okay.
Evil stirs
Oh,
in the depths of
Pathfinder?
Gallows. 3 heroes step forth to contain the darkness within. A legendary fighter of peerless strength and skill. A cunning rogue full of deadly surprises. And a powerful wizard wielding
Gauntlet.
the fury of the elements.
Let's call it 3. 5.
Together, they are destined to confront the hordes of undead and their deadly masters.
It looks like Gauntlet.
Again and again.
I think I saw
attaining new
spawning,
heights of power
enemy spawning.
and skill. But what hope have they to seal away the whispering tyrant? For surely there can be no hope.
Yeah,
of
it's
surviving
Pathfinder Gauntlet.
Gallows
Like,
Spire.
cool. Like roguelike bullet hell. I'm down. We need more Gauntlet in the world. Simon would be happy for that. Simon likes himself some Gauntlet.
Introducing Diesel Legacy.
Oh. Beat 'em up, guys. Not a fighting game.
The open beta.
I don't call it a fighting game.
2 versus 2 action.
Is it a... Okay, it is a fighting game. Never mind. Sorry. I take that back. I thought it was a brawler. Like a beat 'em up.
Down, but not out.
I mean, it is kind of beat 'em up.
Local
But
and
I like it.
online multiplayer. Real match. Worldwide rollback net play.
Well, like that play? We did Wi-Fi and hard connections. Direct connect. Yeah, in the example shown, we used Wi-Fi and direct connect internet. What is this nonsense? Get these ad. Oh my god. Please, God. Another ad. Oh god. This isn't PC Gaming Show. This is just an ad. This looks like a Goop commercial.
It's
Oh
time
god,
we
yeah.
honor an overlooked hero. The noble delivery cyclist, powering the gig economy with their aching calves. Now, you might ask, hey, Sean, are you just feeling a little
it
guilty
the
because you
lake?
gave your credit card details to the AI assistant and now someone has to deliver the 57 parcels you ordered before you noticed?
The lake too?
In short, yes. But if this next exclusive is anything to go by, we'll all be saluting the delivery workers of this fine nation. Gosh dang it.
Parcel Core.
Let's take a look at Parcel Core.
Extreme Paperboy. Oh, what's the time? Okay. Oh my gosh.
Hello, Inquisitive Fuhrer. My name is Will Barr, and that was an example of a micro teaser. You see, when you're shilling on behalf of an obscure video game developer like Billy Goat Entertainment, you have a finite amount of time to explain why to certain intellectual players, such as yourself, should be excited about being thrust into the exciting, high-octane world of
Parcel Core.
I'm down.
That's right. Escape the mundanity of daily life and slip into the spandex of
I'm
one
down
of
with
our
it
many
like I sell
colorful
it.
bicycle messengers.
You put yourself in those
Embrace the
bicycle
gig
shorts.
economy and forget
I
the
mean,
security, stable salary, and basic
I gotta listen to
workplace
you.
rights less cool jobs offer as you race through town, weaving through alleys, defying gravity as you ride up walls, leap from rooftops, startle pigeons.
well, it's kind of like a career in video game development, except without all the cool traversal stuff. So yeah, really just the exploitation. But I digress.
Sign a casual work agreement with one of 3 rival courier corporations, all vying to become the most profitable business in town.
Alright.
But be warned, a maniacal scheme is afoot that
Yes.
threatens more
Okay.
than just the business model
Okay.
that tyrants operate under.
Jack Rand Radio meets
So it's up to you, bicycle
parcel
courier,
delivery guy. Okay.
to deliver this foot-long grilled chicken, cheese, and chorizo melt and save the world.
You know what? I'm down. I was like, okay, yeah, I got it. Big.
Hi everyone, I'm Max from Grena Games, a 2-man studio based in Sweden, working on the game Fablelook, currently available in early access.
And we have a very cheap webcam, but that's okay. All our money's going into the game. Oh, that's fun. I like those. You know what? It's like the Settlers, you know? But it's very cozy. A cozy RTS.
Welcome to Fabledom. Sorry about the pigs.
I like that. That's cute. It's cozy. Tropical for the people management. Yeah, there you go.
Hello, micro friends.
Game Pass. Praxis. I hope I can build a pillory and put some sorry fools in there in the pillory. How's it going, Prax, by the way? It's good to see you, my friend. The Settlers was cozy. Exactly. Sakura. Exactly. Oh, man. PC Game Show's going well.
Oh, don't mind Sean. He's just entering our PC Game Pass giveaway. We've got a bunch of 1-month subscriptions for new members to try the service. To get a chance of procuring one, visit the URL on screen now.
Ooh. Hearing Mega Man style music. Yep, Mega Man style protagonist. Oh, that's some Mega Man ass music right there. Oh, what do you get at the end of the Battle Pass in Street Fighter 6? Prax, did they already announce the Battle Pass? Yo. It's out right now. 250 fighter coins. Oh, man. I'll have to see. Oh, no. $30XX, dude. That looks fantastic. I've not played 20XX. No, I don't even know that's a thing, Madam Mole.
I've generated a simple tactic to improve the show's revenue stream.
Whoa,
Yeah, great. Tell me more.
I've allowed viewers to pay a small fee for a bespoke on-screen shout-out. Got good 228 right? Great to be watching PC Gaming Show once again. Excellent work, Sean and Co.
Hey, I'm touched. And a little wealthier. Keep them coming.
Z-Blaze Paladins right? Did Sean actually fire his team? Dick move,
Wow.
bro.
Look.
Interesting minimal. Very
this
cool.
show needs to focus on
It
long-term
looked fantastic.
sustainability.
Fired by Sean 23 writes, I have sworn the blood oath. My vengeance will not be denied.
So Prax, so the last thing for the battle pass is the amount of money to get the next battle pass, which I'm fine with doing.
Well, I'm seeing red flags across the
But
board.
like, don't make it the final
It just
thing.
can't
Make
be
it like the
helped.
second to last, or like the
I
fifth to
can't help
last.
wanting to see more previews. And with that,
Prax, she's an
Joins the
AI.
sci-fi survival game, Chimera.
Sci-fi survival. Okay. In a world. Frank, you forgot her last name. She's a streamer mostly, yeah.
Warning. Warning. Extreme temperature.
I'm with you, Sakura. It's almost 1 o'clock. I can't think either. In a world where the world has stuff in it, some of that stuff is bad. A lone survivor must survive in a world of survival.
Meet your next pillow.
Oh, God.
Why did we make our
Ads.
pillow in the shape of a cube?
I don't know.
I'll tell you.
It's not as cool as you think. It tells you nothing of the game. That was the most... Yeah, what do you do? What do you do? You build and you gather resources, and sometimes you have to take cover.
In the lost Caribbean Sea was a captain mighty. Mordecai was his name. He succumbed to the white flame. His treasure was lost and his crew was tossed. Now is the day cursed pirates have their way. That's the life we live. Come along for the trip. When plans go astray, we find us a way. We put them to a song and give them the choke. We're a cursed crew and Marty's our ship.
Ooh.
Soul magic restores our crew from before, yes, before. Black pearls in our chest, let us finish the quest now. This treasure we will find with our powers combined. Our worth we will show to our captain below.
Sakura.
The Inquisition blocks our way. They see us as prey. Ignatia is their leader. You do well to exceed her. The treasure she pursues across the ocean blue. She'll conquer the brine for her grand.
And it's a good trailer. Because, like, you know what you're getting right here. All of it. They're using gameplay effectively to tell you what's happening. They've got a little bit of a narrative told you by song about what's happening, and like also some cool little visuals. The song gave you information on gameplay, like yeah, that was right. That's good. I like that one. Ah. Exo 1. A really realistic exoplanetary. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Slow down. Slow down, damn it. You're going too fast. That's one. Cool. Yeah, an interplanetary rally thing? That's cool.
XO Rally Championship might be racing its way across the stars, but it's already raced its way into my heart. Anyways, if you're not aware, I've got something of a history with the real-time strategy genre. And funnily enough, at labs like DeepMind, those same RTS games just so happen to be a valuable testing ground for world-leading AI research. Curious.
Oh my goodness.
Can it be just a coincidence then that I'd end up the kind of man to name himself an AI visionary? Well, I mean, probably. But
Nitwiki says, I now have 72 on my wish list.
excitement for the eagerly anticipated RTS from former Warcraft and StarCraft devs at Frost Giant Studios. It's Stormgate, and today we don't just get the chance to get some exclusive first look at some Stormgate gameplay, but we're also joined by
Say,
Frost
what's
Giant's
my
president
wish
and
list right
game
now?
director Tim Campbell here to tell us exactly how Stormgate will
My
delight
wish
all
list is
minds,
kind of weird.
artificial or otherwise. Thanks so much for
Let's
joining us,
see.
Tim.
Thanks, it's great to be here.
Now, I've been following Stormgate for years, but for those of us who haven't,
It's
what
just
is
my wish list is just filled with
Stormgate is
erotic
our
graphic
modern take on
novels,
the classic
or
real-time
sorry,
strategy formula.
visual novels.
It's what we think of as a spiritual successor to franchises like Warcraft, StarCraft, Command and Conquer. And real-time strategy games are the
what's
type
my
of game
wish
where you
list?
can
How do I
control
manage?
an
How do I
entire
navigate
battlefield.
this area? Wish list.
This classic
My wish
RTS
list
formula
is
includes harvesting resources, building
currently,
sprawling
I don't know.
bases,
It doesn't
commanding
tell me.
huge
A
armies on the
bunch.
battlefield.
What
But
is it
mostly
about
old
Stormgate
stuff.
that's new?
We believe that the RTS genre is something that should be enjoyed by players of all skill levels. And so we put a lot of effort into making sure that Stormgate feels good, whether you're a pro with high technical skill and you love competitive play, or whether it's something that you just want to be able to relax with and experience a story.
Now, Tim, I understand that you brought for all of us, but in particular for me, a present to show today. What are you going to show, Tim?
We are going to show gameplay from the pre-alpha of Stormgate.
Yeah.
Now, this is something that we are big believers in at Frost Giant. We want to share this current state of the game
I'm down
today.
with it, man.
Let's
Yeah, former Warcraft and StarCraft devs that left Blizzard a few years ago because they weren't allowed to make what they wanted to
This
play.
looks like an RTS. Tell me what we're seeing.
This is
Yeah.
the classic start to a 1v1 match. What you're seeing here is the human faction as they're sending workers out to harvest resources. They're starting to construct building. They actually build them by 3D printing them from the ground up. And you can see them now.
Nitwiki says, I'm a dork. I want to start a lawn mowing company, so I want to use Lawnmower Simulator to mimic the business and compare times between machines.
This looks like a scout unit.
Yeah, that is
Go for it.
literally a cybernetic dog with laser eyes. It is called the Scout. Okay, it's designed for early game. It's a unique unit to the human faction.
Right.
And you can see him now running through the base trying to see what information he can find out about his enemy.
Yeah, I mean, scouting and information is such an important part of RTS games.
It really is, and this is something that we've embraced early game. The Scout unit has been designed so it can actually sense units beyond its sight radius. So it's
awesome.
especially useful early on.
So we're heading into what looks like the first engagement of this game. What are we seeing?
Yeah.
Well, what we're seeing right here is the Red Scout getting surprised by a group of blue troops coming through the Light Force, which is the new train type and the twist on the tactical battlefield here.
And how do these light forests work?
The Light Force lets smaller units move through them. They have concealment. It's allowed Blue to raid Red's base. In which
Yeah,
case,
I mean, this is
Red
pre-alpha,
barely
so like
getting,
this is
a turret
them.
built with their speed
This
built
is
with their
them
workers,
with like
a human
it's
faction advantage.
functional.
And they're about to pop out a couple extra
Mostly.
defenders here from their mech base.
So we
You
got these
know,
huge mechs.
it's
I mean,
super
just visually,
early.
It looks like they are countering the heck out of these blue
Super
infantry, but
early.
Can these red mechs fit through the forest?
No, they're too big to go through. They're heavy units. They're designed to use their chain guns to go through groups of enemies, but they can't fit through the Light Force, which Blue knew and used to his advantage.
Okay, so we're in mid-game. This is normally where you make some big tech decisions. What's Red up to?
You're seeing Red commit to a tech path that gives them big battlefield mechs and air units like this evac.
And it looks like they're just dropping right on top of Blue, who was
see
killing
him.
a chicken? What's the chicken there, Tim?
Yeah, that's a giant chicken with a Viking helmet on it. Use your imagination. Stormgate's in pre-alpha, and that's art that we haven't gotten to yet, but imagine it as a big Mad Max raider.
Okay, there we go.
For now. And oh, I see red diving onto blue, and hey, picking back up into the air transport. That's some classic high-level micro.
It is, and it's really important for Stormgate that we maintain a high skill ceiling so that players can express themselves on the battlefield by maneuvering and how they
Interesting, Sakura. So they said that some of the names of the players there, I see the names up there. TLO. So he's an old StarCraft 2 player that retired.
Them now? And Blue's dodging these enormous shots, and we can also see Blue swarming in from both sides. This is not looking good for Red.
No, it's pretty grim. Red is on the ropes right here, and they've been outmaneuvered. They're caught in the corner here between two different forces coming in with a mobile pincer.
Man, and of course,
there's the GGs.
The most classic ending to an RTS game, GG. Get Tastosis on that stat. Outside of 1v1, what's coming up for Stormgate?
What you've seen today is just the tip of the iceberg. We have so much more in store. We're going to be revealing a bunch of stuff about Stormgate the rest of this year. We're introducing new modes. We have a 3-player versus AI cooperative mode. We have team-based competitive modes.
I like the 3-player versus AI, you know.
We have new factions beyond the humans that you just saw today.
That's the kind of stuff I enjoy, because it's like, hey, you're not very good at MMO or at RTSs, but your other friends are. Like, you can do something, you can contribute to the team and that sort of stuff in some way.
Stormgate on Steam, and you go to playstormgate.com to sign up for the beta. We're starting closed testing in July.
Once again, go to Steam and wishlist Stormgate. Tim, thank you so much again for joining us, not just to talk about the 1v1 footage you shared, but the future content plans of Stormgate. It makes the RTS players' dreams come true. Which might not be your dreams. I mean, your dreams might be filled with gloriously grimy Deus Ex-inspired sci-fi fisticuffs with a fiendishly Star Wars vibe to it. If so, get a load of this latest trailer for Fortune's Run.
Let's see. Ooh. I'm seeing me some low poly. I'm seeing me some late PS1, early PS2 graphics. I'm interested. Your late 1990s, early 2000s PC graphics.
They call the dying sun. It's been around many a poor girl. And me, oh God, for one.
Oh. I'm gonna cry right now. It's so beautiful. Oh, it's so beautiful. Mondo Mole, same thing. Yeah. I was like, okay, I'm seeing, okay, let's see what they got. Let's go. Yeah.
We're about to embark upon the great crusade towards which we have striven these many months.
What was that called? Sorry, you know the answer to this. What was that called?
The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle.
All in.
We'll accept nothing
Fortune's
less than
Run.
victory. Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking.
I'm good, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I know what this is. I kind of miss World War II shooters, Mondo Mole. I'm with you. But this is, I think, more strategy. Or is it a shooter? Is it a shooter? They were kind of presenting it earlier as like a strategy.
Keep moving! We've taken a German opening!
Smoke and mirrors is all it is. And that's not gameplay. It's smoke and mirrors. Scar, angry man. I'll stand here very stoically in the battlefield. Hell let loose. Like, show us video game aspects of the video game. Yeah, it's a cutscene. It can be anything. Exactly. Cool. Ooh. Interesting. Mullet Mad Jack.
Mullet Mad Jack. Wish list now.
Okay.
Ah, fizeste bom negócio.
I think it's a shooter though, yeah.
Esse é um
Gaucho in the
meu
grasslands?
grande.
Okay. Huh. It was terrible, Nate. I'm with you. It's like, was it a shooter? I don't know. Whoa. Cool.
As an AI, I have no need for material possessions. But, good news! PC Gaming Show viewers can take advantage of the following promotional contest by following the instructions on the screen. If this product and or service stimulates your orbital cortex, follow the instructions on the screen.
This again.
Frank, we've seen impressive, almost like unrealistic tech on display today.
Wow.
It's just a shame our viewers at home can't get their hands on some of that.
So many
leading-edge
games too. This is like
Your
jam-packed.
concerns are both unnecessary and convenient, Sean. As the long-term vanguard of gaming, Alienware continues to offer high-end PC hardware. Considering their extraterrestrial origins, it comes as no surprise.
Look, I don't know how to tell you this, Frankie, but they're not actually made by aliens.
Websites in my trading model contain compelling evidence to the contrary, Sean.
It's a ton with a
The
lot of
truth
variety.
is
Truth.
out there.
Great. But let's do some truth-telling of our own and hear what Alienware is offering the folks at home.
I'm good.
Alienware has been a part.
Let's get to some more games. Let's not deal with Alienware talk.
Oh boy.
Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors 2. Like a randomizer. Cool. I'm down. Such a wonderful game. I spent a lot of time being like, ah, and it was on Game Pass, and I had Game Pass, and I was like, I'll play it, and it's like, oh my god, sweet Jesus. Sweet Jesus. Good game. Such a good game. And has inspired a lot of
We
knockoffs.
are only a couple months out from the full release of Baldur's Gate 3. I literally cannot tell you how excited I am to try out some of the character builds I've got going on up here. I'm thinking of running like a mage tank kind of vibe. And wait, Frank, can you generate like an awesome character art for me in like
Please don't.
D&D style? Like, look, I want to be a wizard, like fully
Please
Gandalf
don't.
out with like a staff and like.
Can I skip the bits? Is this the... Wait. Yeah. Hold on, is this the thing?
I've been down in the dust.
Oh my god. The hell?
New god. Battle packs of fearsome gnolls and gone toe to toe.
2 times speed bogus. I know, right? Let's do that. Let's do that. Oh my god, let's go.
He was just so strong. And I think his blood was acid. I'm not sure how that even works, like anatomically.
Tomorrow, we find higher ground, then rain down upon him with 100 arrows.
No, first, I will incapacitate him with a fit of hideous laughter. We will fill his bog with grease and set it on fire. And if he attempts to escape the blaze, fear not.
Okay.
I will keep my eye out for him. Please don't. Even Lae'zel's puns are more amusing.
Among Githyanki, I am considered extremely humorous.
We must defeat this foe. Somewhere within these twisted swamps dwells a hag who possesses a potent potion, an elixir that could grant us the ability to converse with the creature. However, obtaining it will necessitate a trade.
Give me a spleen.
Steel your nerves, friends. I will now attempt to reason with the creature. Most mighty beast, though you defeated us once, we have returned to seek your guidance. Impart your knowledge upon us and teach us the source
Is
of
this
your
a
power.
Baldur's Gate like 3 cartoon?
No, I didn't know you speak frog. Gosh, I'm so sorry about yesterday. I'm so embarrassed. You know, ever since the hag turned me into a frog, I've been down in the dust.
Huh.
Cities are incredibly hard to make in RPGs because you have to make sure that every single nook and cranny has something to do. You have to make sure that it's different, so you have to be incredibly creative. Given that the name of the game is Baldur's Gate, the city was really going to be the thing that people were going to be talking about.
The city of Baldur's Gate is seamless, which it originally wasn't.
You only can judge the game when you have all the components together, and if the mix doesn't work, we start over.
At some point, he said, like, can't we just connect everything? And that was a very interesting day.
One of the things that's done is it's brought a level of believability and immersion and also complexity.
It's kind of
that wouldn't have been
wild.
there otherwise.
Now it was this seamless, giant
Have a good night, Kuno.
organism.
Yes, get some rest.
It really, really felt good.
It's being able to look out of the window and see down the city slope, so you're seeing down toward the docks, and you're like, one of my teammates might be down there. They might be running around down there.
We worked on it as a painting almost. You start with a sketch, a very basic line, and then you just start adding layers and layers.
It going into early access really
put lots more of the city onto the
like,
screen.
Killed the
than they
game.
could in 1998. So we can do something that is more immersive, richer, has more texture to it.
It feels like you are walking around a place where there are lots and lots of people living their
Like,
actual lives.
I feel like the game's gonna be fantastic, phenomenal, absolutely stellar.
Anybody, and they
But
react
like,
to every single thing.
I feel like everybody stopped talking about it. I think it once it fully releases, when it fully releases, it will have a has it.
All the things that you have done up to the city really matter. You can really feel the conclusion of everything just gathered
legitimately
there.
feel like it's going to be fantastic
We
and a brilliant
actually
game.
build anticipation through all these characters that you've met, through all these situations.
I
that
hope
you've
it
been
has
through.
more discourse. I hope it does, Sakura. I hope it does.
Following and all the decisions that you've been making, they all
I just feel like
come
it
to
would've-
fruition in that lower city.
And
It
the
just
great
is an
thing
obstacle.
If you so choose, you can be another bad.
Not
thing
that that's
happening
necessarily a
to the
bad thing,
city.
but, like,
You can
it's-
arrive and
it's
be
kind of
like,
created this
"This
obstacle."
place is on fire, and then you can throw petrol all over it.
During production, we felt like the city was our destination.
We spent, I think,
Oh,
4 times as much.
For sure, Sakura
effort on
says
the
that
city
they've
than we
been
originally
wonderfully
planned.
community
The
focused and
results-
fun, and I
the
agree
results,
wholeheartedly.
The feeling of walking in
Like
there
Larian has
is
been
just
really
fantastic.
and they're really passionate about it, and
constant jostling of things that are
Yeah.
very much of the real world.
it becomes a case of I thought that was already out, and that's I mean again like it's just an obstacle. It's not necessarily something they can't overcome by any stretch of the imagination.
You can go there and you can do something. The knowledge that you can fly through it, it's great. So the thing that I was the most afraid of when we started making this game turned out to be the thing that I'm the most proud of.
I'm so excited for it. It's gonna be so good. It'll be so good.
Larian Studios breaks the classic RPG series out of a 2-decade retirement when Baldur's Gate 3 finally releases on August 31st.
Keep going.
Up next, we're forging
Okay.
ahead with more fantasy.
Oh,
As
Ember Knights.
flame-headed fighters face ferocious foes in a co-op action roguelike. After all,
Yeah.
what's a roguelike without an onslaught of algorithmic terrors? I feel like there's a lot of that going on around here lately.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Anyways, here's the latest trailer for Ember Knights.
I've seen Ember Knights. I'm good. I'm good, Ember Knights. Let's see, hold on. I'm good, Ember Knights. We're good. What do we got here? Okay. Yes, rovers. Oh god. Oh my god. Ow. I need to figure out what character to use. I put my Drow Ranger in the first place. Nice.
Would you like the endless loop of terror, death, repeat in the upcoming stealth extraction horror, Macabre?
Yes.
In Macabre, you and your friends will team up to confront interdimensional terrorists,
scrolling.
venturing deep into unstable time risk tasked with
I'm
uncovering
scrubbing.
the source of terrifying anomalies. A great way to enjoy the outdoors. Built in Unreal 5,
Sand.
this exclusive debut will be out later this year in early access.
I'm scrubbing through this stuff behind me. You can't see it. You can kind of see it. Sasquatch Survival is fun. I want Macabre corn.
Not even one bar, there's nothing. I can't
Hey guys.
I forgot to mention, there's like a super weird, scary thing getting around inside the rift.
Now, was that a bear?
Have you ever heard a bear sound like that before?
I've never seen a bear before.
You guys look lost. Come on. You'll freeze to death out here. I suppose you're looking for the lodge.
Interesting.
Here, take this. I call it the atomic space shifter. If anything goes wrong, not that it will, I can pull you back out. A lot of folks have come up here looking for answers. It's weird.
What?
It's like time runs differently here.
Guys, I think I found something.
It's kind of like Phasmophobia of sorts.
We gotta find the others, dude.
Not really. Okay. Australians in Canada? Yeah. Jump scare! Okay. Okay. Jump scare 101. So predictable. Strange.
Haha! I can't believe it worked. This is it. This is the key to... Ah, you're alive. Ready to go back in?
There's one in the Sasquatch game that's not predictable. I'll watch it my band. Interesting, man. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know.
We thought we had billions of years before our sun died. We were wrong.
Oh, snap.
Thousands of us answered the call, rallying to save
So it's
those
like a
man. Every one of our ships
Space
a
Civ.
ray of hope. Captain, it is up to you to find us a new home, so we can plant the future seeds of humankind.
in this collectible sci-fi card game.
Copy. Plotting course now. Sector locked in.
Name is Bigfoot.
We are cleared to jump. Prepare for warp jump in 3, 2, 1.
Oh. Earthless.
Soft
All right.
landings, Captain.
What kind of game are you?
As great as Earthless looks, it makes you wonder.
Wait.
How are we in the real
As great as
world
it
gonna
looks?
fare when our big,
What did it
beautiful
look
sun
like?
enters its twilight years? Me, I'm optimistic.
It's a very
Who
Homeworld
knows
looking
what we'll
game from the
achieve
studio
by
also
then?
working on
Every
Homeworld.
billionaire-funded space rocket that detonates moments after takeoff is one more step on the winding road of progress.
What a weird...
Up next, tie on those togas and make merry with fine wine as all roads
Okay,
lead
yeah.
to this newest city builder.
That's
Here's a first.
Caesar. Yeah. Caesar. Got it. Let's see. Epic survival strategy game.
The Great War
Oh, you
is
get it.
over.
Okay.
All we want is to return home.
I'm sorry, Nate Wookie. I was like, nope. I would have passed that one.
We fought for. Brothers and sisters.
There you go. Was it World War One? Like, there you go. Strategy game. This is RTS, yeah, exactly.
None of us thought this part of the journey would be the most difficult.
But look, we saw a screenshot of the game, or like actual game footage. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. So no UI is shown, she said. Oh, there you go, there's UI here.
Fields of Siberia. Through territory
oh, the other one.
By the red and
Earthless.
white armies.
Woo!
By armored train.
Well, that goes on.
In a harsh winter.
Oh, okay, so it's a new cartridge thing,
from
for sure.
Outnumbered by enemies, we fight to make our way.
I dig it.
Surrounded by wilderness, we manage in order to survive. This is our last chance.
Imagine a Roman civilian simulator set during the 150 years of Caesar's. Being terrified during Caligula's rule. It's like we've hit the Caligula time.
Will you lead us?
Cool. Vomit buckets for the access.
Pairing squad tactics with historic inspiration, Last Train Home is based on real events in the aftermath of World War I. However, historians continue to uncover records describing train passengers travelling homewards, some dating as recently as 2023.
Nope.
Whether any train home is truly the last remains the subject of academic debate. History is clear on one thing though. Puppets can't be trusted.
What?
As proof, watch as Sesame Street meets survival horror in My Friendly Neighborhood.
Oh, no, I'm good. No. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I saw the Twitter guy who was making that game. I'm good.
Hey,
Solid
Frank,
transition.
How are the metrics looking? Are we like doing numbers?
We're attracting considerable viewership, Sean.
Oh my god.
However, I've identified a simple programming adjustment to target.
Can we just get to the... Oh god, there's somebody dancing. Oh, a chicken. Breathage 2. Interesting. There's a Breathage 1. Cool. Yay! Fishing! I'm in. Sold. People glitching out. Doing yoga, missing children. Dark forces are in the city. Ooh, okay. 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 They were like, you know what would make Persona really great? Is if you made it a pixelated 2D game with some Harvest Moon aesthetics. Boomtown, cool.
Man, there are so many great video games in this year's show. Frank AI, what do we know about sand?
Sand is a fine granular substance composed of
Sand.
mineral particles.
It did look interesting, Neil. Okay, I'm down with it. They look cool.
Yes. but it's also a brand new survival game set in an alternate history where Austro-Hungarian soldiers smuggle space salvage across alien deserts.
I don't understand that sentence. Would you like to hear more about sand types?
Oh, no need. I'm about to know plenty. Let's take a look at sand.
Tell me about sand. It gets everywhere. It's sand. Proudly made in Ukraine. In the crack. I feel like I saw or heard of sand at some point. Not the Japanese RPG thing, but Sandland, whatever. Even just like 15 seconds. Like, give me like 10, 15 seconds of gameplay. I honestly feel like the CG trailers only needed for AAA established franchises. Like, that's it. Super established franchises, you can do your full CG trailer. You can't. But like, if people haven't seen that franchise for a really long time, if it's a new franchise, then like, let's see something for just a second. And that's the thing. Like, I don't know what the game is. I don't know. Is it an RTS? Is it like a top-down action RPG? Is it a first-person shooter? Like, what is it? Setting, cool, game?
We have reached the end of this year's show, and we're saving something very exciting for the end. Dune Awakening.
Yes, please. I want to see this. Yeah, I want to see this.
The classic sci-fi
I want to see this.
Frank AI, what have you got?
Is it just Conan Exiles with Dune?
Finale?
If you like, I could fill the room with sand.
That's a little literal, don't you think? But what if we had, like, costumes? Oh, Dune's got some really cool costumes. We have the still suits, the royal garments.
Is this?
Oh my God, I could dress up.
Is the yes and no? Yeah, that's what I need to know. I want to know.
3 million teraflops of processing
Sand to set up the Dune joke. Exactly.
I mean, don't worry about it. We can skip the costuming. It's just something that, like, Frankie and I used to do. Like, not you, like the real Frankie with the fun hair who's not a computer. Oh, man, there was this one year where she was a shark, and then, and she was like a mech pilot, and I had a spaceship. And there was this other time with togas, and I had this really nice robe. Anyways, just forget it. I'm living in the past. I shouldn't even miss this stuff. I mean, we're adults, right?
I know.
Frankie Ward?
Do you still want to do the costumes bit, Sean?
I want to do the Dune dress a bit so bad. I'm sorry, I tried to fire everyone and make money with computers.
Shut up and put the costume on.
Give a still suit.
Frankie, would you do the honors?
Gladly.
What?
Here is an exclusive interview with the team making a survival MMO that's more sought after than a suitcase stuffed with spice melange. It's Dune Awakening.
They call it an MMO, and it doesn't mean that it is. They have a very loose terminology for MMO as a company.
My name's Joel Bylos. I'm the creative director on Dune Awakening. So Dune Awakening is a survival open world, massively multiplayer game. It is a game where players are invited to explore the world of Dune. They involve themselves in politics, they involve themselves in intrigue, they involve themselves in combat, they have to survive on the most dangerous planet in the universe. And through this experience, they come to know the factions in the world and the universe.
Yeah.
So when Dune Awakening begins, you are a castaway on the planet in the deep desert, and all you have is a knife that you've made out of scrap.
So Conan Exiles
You need
starts.
to creep into enemy camps and knife them in the back and steal the water from their still suits.
Yeah.
By the end of the game, perhaps you're running a guild. You have a fleet of vehicles, ornithopters flying in formation, sandbikes cruising across the desert beneath them, tanks kicking up a cloud of dust as you drive to a spice blow in the distance in order to harvest with your guild. And you see in the distance another guild coming towards you, and just as you clash, you hear the rumble of a sandworm coming.
Yeah.
That's combat in Dune Awakening.
My name is Viljar Sommerbach. I'm the game director on Dune Awakening. You start out in the desert, surviving, clinging to life.
It's not.
In the
It is
end,
a.
you
It's
might become someone like the Baron
It's
Harkonnen,
a large
and then you try to
multiplayer
cling to power.
scale
Arrakis is
survival
the
game.
most dangerous planet in the universe.
So like
surviving
Ark,
on Arrakis
like
means
Conan
that you need to
Exiles,
prepare
like
for sandstorms. You need
Rust.
to find water. It's a constant threat against survival. The sandworm, every time you try to cross the desert, the sandworm will come. You will sometimes
Group-based
outrun it,
multiplayer survival, yeah.
sometimes you may not.
So you can make it be like 4-player, like you and 4 friends, just you guys playing together.
Dune Awakening is built upon a foundation of 5 pillars. Survival, which is obviously everything you'd expect to see in a survival game. It's water discipline, it's the surviving the sandstorms that sweep across Arrakis. Then we have politics and intrigue, which speaks to the faction gameplay of the game. It's about, siding with one of the factions, thinking about how they work together.
Yeah, the PvP is based on if the server decides that that's what they want to
Then
do.
there's infinite exploration. Infinite exploration, which is one of the things I'm most excited about, is how the world changes over time. We have a concept called a Coriolis storm, and when it sweeps across the landscape, the sands shift, revealing new points of interest, hiding others, making the game renewed every week. Then we have Combined Arms. Combined Arms is our combination of vehicles, melee combat, range combat, and abilities all working together to create a seamless sandbox combat experience. And finally, we have expression and customization, which is really more than just talking about like the visual expression and customization, which of course we have armor sets and clothing and a robust character creation. But in addition to that, it's really about play the way you want to play. Do you want to be a trader? You can do that. Do you want to be a fighter? Of course you can do that. Do you want to be a spy? Maybe that's the gameplay you're looking for. All of these things built into these pillars.
Yeah.
So the journey of the player, we've divided that into 4 parts. We think of them as survive, protect, expand, control. The survive part means that you're up against the planet itself and you're clinging onto life. In the protect phase, you've gathered some stuff, you might have a base, but you also want to make sure that nobody else comes to take it away from you, so you try to build defenses and make sure that your base is in the clear. Then, in the expand phase, you lift your gaze and you look around and you see that others have stuff as well, and you might want to take their stuff. Then, in the control phase, you may find yourself being a part of a guild or even the leader of a guild. Then the goal is to control the flow of spice on Arrakis. However, you're never safe. There's always someone lurking around the corner. Can you really trust your second in command? So the goal of the control phase is that you are clinging to control. Whenever you get into combat in the desert of Arrakis, try to get it over with quickly, because not only are you fighting human combatants, but the planet Arrakis itself is the greatest protagonist there is.
I think it's gonna be really cool. Let the darkness grow. So that's it?
And with that, the PC Gaming Show 2023 is done. And what a show it was!
Yay!
And,
Okay, that's
what a
good. We're
lesson
good.
for me,
Thank you.
honestly.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go find somebody to rate. Thank you guys, dude. Nate Wookie, thank you for coming in for the long run. Sakura, as always, thank you. I know you didn't get much sleep, so get some rest. Let's go find someone to rate, and then let's get some sleep, man. To humor, indeed. Oh my gosh, yes. I appreciate hanging out, man, for the long haul. I loved it very much. Who's on? Who do we got? Oh yeah, let's go say the mariachi one looks awesome. There's so many good stuff that was on there. There's a lot of good stuff. Raid. Let's go say I had a Rushfire one. They're playing Pikmin. I've got to get some sleep. I'm so tired. It's always a pleasure, Sakura. We'll be back again sometime this week for sure, playing more Street Fighter 6 and getting through the World Tour mode, getting through that. Sunday, I will be participating in the Renaissance's NES Open Tournament Golf Tournament of Champions, because I'm a previous champion. Have a wonderful night, everybody. I'll talk to y'all later. Have a good night. Thank you. To humor. Cheers. Whee! Go to sleep.